Good evening, everyone. Thanks for sticking around or joining us for the first time tonight. Hi, I'm Kungfufruitcup. Look, I actually got the introduction first. And welcome back to That's Never Happened Before. This is a show here on Hotfix where we take speedruns and we break them down. We slow them down because we want to get into all of the glitches, unintended strats, all kinds of cool things like that. Learn about them. How do they work? Who found them? How were they found? Like what's the setup? How do I do it at home? We get into all of that stuff. So lovely to be here with you all. I also want to show off my awesome color-changing GDQ mug that I have. It's like a quick unintentional plug, but I was like, you know what? I get tea most nights I do the show, and today I just really wanted to go with the GDQ one because I am here and embracing the fact that I think that this is probably the chillest show on GDQ Hotfix. I mean, this is just my opinion. But, you know, it's like TV times don't matter. We're here to just break it down and get into the nitty gritty and hang out with each other. So speaking of hanging out, I am joined tonight by the awesome Focus Site, who you may have seen before on GDQ, doing some Sonic 06, which is what we're going to be seeing tonight. So we will be getting not only some silver story from Sonic 06 and a whole breakdown of that, but a whole like cavalcade of glitches with a showcase for the second half of the show. So it's going to be awesome. What's up, Focus? How you doing?
I am doing great. It is currently 10 p.m. and I woke up at 6 a.m. to do 3 college classes. I am running off caffeine and fumes right now, but it's wonderful to be back here. And frankly, I'm so glad that Kung Fu and GDQ have given me the opportunity to basically nerd out about my favorite speed game.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I almost named the show Nerding Out or something similar to that because it's what we do.
Apt. Because it will be. I have so much knowledge on this game that it's amazing that I can learn anything else.
Yeah. So I actually wanted to ask a little bit about that. Like, just before we get into it, you know, I like to chat with my guests. I mean, we're going to be doing that throughout. But, you know, I kind of want to know, like, I know you've told me before, but I'd love for others to know, like, how long have you been running this game and, like, what got you into it?
Since January 2013, it is approaching 10 years.
My gosh.
For reference, by the way, I can't use my webcam with the setup I have in my dorm, which is why I'm replaced by this lovely creature who is my
So
Sona.
cute.
And also, he's cute. I'm not. There you go. That's important. But the most important thing, it's fair to me.
Oh my gosh.
The most important thing is that, yes, I have been running this since I was 12.
Wow.
It has changed a lot in that time, and even some more recent changes have occurred. We've actually now got an official loadless timing method, for instance, which means that all the load times you see, which are about 30% of most runs, are now completely timed out, and those don't account for the speedrun itself, which is honestly good for the health of every category as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely.
I personally got interested because I saw individual levels on YouTube as a young kid, and I was just like, I want to do that. I think I could do that. It should be fun. And I then sort of fell into it almost. I was just like, this is a lot more fun than I realized. Because I came into 06 thinking it was going to be one of the worst games I've ever played. Because everyone says that. And I played it casually.
Casually because it's
Casually, I didn't actually have that much of an issue with it. That's why I was surprised. Okay. I was like, I bought Banjo-Kazooie in 06 at the same day, and I played one of them a lot more, I can tell you that much.
Gotcha.
But, to be fair, both are broken, but,
Yeah, to an extent, for sure.
Yeah, one, you have to break it more intentionally than another, but...
Very true.
I think a lot of people... It's really funny because when people think about speedruns they really love, they're like, oh, I love glitch-filled runs. And they're like, 06, why are you playing that?
Yeah, why?
It's a glitch-filled run.
The question is why? Why this game?
It's because there is so much to this game speedrunning-wise that it's generally accepted by the Sonic speedrunning community as a whole as one of, if not the best, Sonic speed game. Because it is in the style of the adventure titles, and yet it's a lot more... Every story feels a lot different, but has a lot of similarities as well. That makes it really unique to play because it's one of those games where it's like, it doesn't feel like any other Sonic speed game that I know of. Even though it's in line with, you've actually had Adventure 2 and Heroes, which are considered in the same era as 06. But those two are very different from this one and different from SA1 as well.
Also, it seems like just the way that the glitches work, like when people say this game is so broken, things like that, that often translates into some of the best speed games out there because you have so much you can work with, play with, like try to experiment with. Like there's just a lot of content there for you to use that you wouldn't typically have as a casual player.
Absolutely, and that's definitely the case. I think more so than any other story with Silver's story, because when you have Havoc as a physics engine, speedrunners go, I can't wait to break that. And O6 uses Havoc, so
cool.
People often compare Silver's story to Breath of the Wild. That's an apt comparison. Both use the same physics engine.
I didn't know that. That's super cool.
Yeah, no, they both use the same physics engine, and so if you think about, oh, this looks like Breath of the Wild, remember that O6 came first. Breath of the Wild is 06-2, changed my mind.
The true Breath of the Wild predecessor.
Yeah, no, it truly is, because you're going to see from the very beginning when we talk about stuff. So I'm actually, awesome. Because I have a pretty good history with this game, and with Silver Story in particular, I'm actually going to show off, this is going to be both an explanation, but also sort of retrospective in certain ways. I want to show you how much this run has changed and how much it's improved, both in its accessibility and in just its speed. It's become a lot faster and a lot more consistent to run the story than it ever has been before. And I highly, highly encourage, if you like really broken runs with really neat tricks that are easy to learn but hard to master, Silver Story is definitely your place. But I do want to give a shout out still to Shadow's Story and Sonic's Story. Those are still really good stories into themselves. And of really good people. We in the 06 crew, as we like to call each other, or the Soliana Boys as another name for that. Yes, really. Is that we actually just have a lot of good resources and a lot of good support for all the stories in there. So Sonic is a very movement-based, but also still really tech-heavy category. Shadow has a whole boss despawn in it. Actually, every story except Silver has a boss despawn in it. And there's just a lot of really unique stuff that's still being found out and tested with today.
Awesome.
Which is almost like 14. No, not 14.
16?
It's 16 years later. It's been 16 years since this game has been out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that just hit me.
I know, right? Okay, well, with all of this and like everything that you're explaining right now, I want to see it. So I am ready to get into it if you are.
I am ready too. So we're going to do a Silver Story run. I will mention before that we have a Sonic Story file on here that has the gems unlocked. I will show off why that's important and why we allow this, because you need to beat Sonic Story or go through Sonic Story at least some portion to reach Silver Story. And powers you get in one story transfer to the other stories. So this save file has Sonic with all his abilities equipped, pretty much.
Okay, awesome. And then I will say, just before we get started, I'm going to let you count down. But those of you in chat who would like to ask questions, things like that, as we go along, feel free to post, and I will relay them to Focus when I have a good spot to do that. And also, you may notice that I'm just not doing estimate times anymore for the show because they don't really matter for us. So
06 broke the timer is what she means to say.
Yeah, our show estimate is just always broken. So, I mean, feel free to glance in the corner every once in a while and have fun with that. Anyway.
Make sure you know, if you have something important tomorrow, do get some sleep, but please watch this.
But it's going to be so fun. All right, Focus, feel free to count down whenever you're good.
Okay, I think I'm ready to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So Silver's Story is just a whole symphony of broken, and it has evolved and gotten to different stages of its life as we've gotten along. I'm going to show you what we used to do in Crisis City here. So what we used to do is use a trick called Telefling. So Telefling, you're going to hear a lot of tele stuff. As we actually call it telestuff in general in the game, because Silver uses psychokinesis, but calling it psycho stuff, we don't like that. So telekinesis. So the first thing I want to mention is that Silver has two ways of interacting with objects. The first is to pick something up from afar. So I just usually call that picking up. So you can see it's a certain range around Silver. If you get close enough, it'll try to push away from Silver. The other one is lifting an object, which will do this. It will set it to a set height. And then from where you started your lift, it has a set ceiling. So it has a maximum height in that regard. But if you go lower than the ceiling, it will make a new lower ceiling, in fact. But it won't do the same in reverse. If you go higher than this, if you pick it up and move higher elsewhere around the stage, if I went over to there, for instance, with the box, it would actually not be able to lift any further. So that's important to mention for what we're going to talk about soon. The first fastest way of trying to get through this stage, so there's a whole load of things. Normally Silver is a very puzzle-oriented and slow story. It's actually the fastest story in 06, which is really funny. So Telefling involves us manipulating the pickup function. So we are going to try to we're going to try to pick up an object from afar while on top of it. Whoop, let me try that again.
So how can you give us like a quick setup of like what you do to make this happen? Oh my gosh.
So you need to just, it really is as simple as, God, I haven't done this since 2011. Or not 2011, I haven't done this since like 2018. This is a very old trick we used to do. You see Silver like crawling around the surface of the ball. And we aim
awesome.
we aim for this area here, which is the load zone right there. So I'll just show off what Telefling is again, because this is actually the old method. We don't do this anymore. So Telefling is very uncontrollable. It involves a lot of factors, including Silver's position relative to the objects, in this case the ball. How fast it is dependent upon the rotation speed of the object and where you're standing. So oftentimes I'd face away from the ball like this, jump, hold RT in the air, which is supposed to pick up inner objects and interact with them, and then I'd turn left and curve, and then try to keep on the ball while balancing, while trying to avoid Blaze, because if Blaze spawns on the ball, it stops. And then I would go into from here, and then I would hit the load zone here. But I'm going to start over and show you what we now do. Okay. That was the old method. You could see it could range quite extensively depending upon the setup of the ball and how you actually go about things. Not to mention that you cannot telefling on, you can telefling on any object technically. But if it doesn't have like a smooth surface of rotation, it doesn't curve smoothly, so if it's not a sphere really, you can't do that for very long.
Okay.
That's going to come into point later when we mention another trick later in the story, because we still use Telefling to set up a different trick. But we don't use it to travel through stages anymore. Because instead now, we have something called Telethrow. So I mentioned the lift function.
Yes.
One oddity of the lift function is if I pick up an object like this, lift it, I'm already using the two terms intermediately. It's okay. I'm trying to get my vocabulary straight. If I lift an object like this and then try to throw it, Silver's going to buffer a jump, and it's going to be thrown down at roughly a 45-degree angle. So you can see it did that.
Oh.
We're going to manipulate those two facts. Silver's going to try to buffer a jump, and the object is going to be thrown down at a 45-degree angle. The thing is, it's relative to Silver's facing position. So if we're at a steep enough point in the object where we can still lift it, so for instance, this rock here, I'm just going to align myself right like that, very steep. If I lift this object now and hold forward and throw, I will stay on the object, and I can do that trick once more. So this is sort of like throwing the object to get around.
Oh.
Where we get to the end like that. So the very big difference about Telethrow over Telefling is that Telethrow, which is the trick we use now, is super controllable. It is within your grasp to use and to actually indicate where you want to throw things and where you want to go with it. Unlike Telefling, there is a very consistent way to set up with objects of almost all types and sizes.
Okay.
And all you need to do basically is have the ability to lift it.
So are we going to be seeing this used all throughout the run as well?
Yes, and it was actually a fairly recent find. It was found by accident by me at ESA 2020, where I threw an object and went, what?
Oh my gosh, you found it live on
Marathon, yes. And then I went the day after we then like routed stuff out. It saved about 5, 6, 7 minutes and is used in every stage in Silver's story, bar one.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is a very, very important mechanic that we're seeing right now.
Absolutely. We're going to see it again here. It's used in every section of Crisis City.
Okay, great. And normally, I already have questions in chat for you whenever you feel like taking them.
I'm going to actually have to wait on that a little bit.
No worries. I know. That's why I mentioned now.
Because I have to explain yet another thing. This is the first stage alone has basically uses all the fundamentals we're going to see in Silver's story.
Cool.
So the next one I want to talk about is something called levitation extensions, or LEs. I totally didn't name that because there's a K-pop artist named LE that I really like, but that kind of is also the reason. Levitation extensions are a manipulation of Silver's stun slap move. So normally at this point in the run, you're supposed to walk forward and talk to Blaze. Blaze is normally faster than Silver in terms of like running movement and all her like mechanics. There's actually, because of Telethrow now, there's a faster way to complete this stage as Silver, this section at least. So, levitation extensions are a really interesting feature, and they used to be more prominent in the run before Telethrow, because of a glitch we're going to see later. But if I hover and then fall, you can see that Silver falls slower after he like stops hovering. If I press X on the last frame of the animation of me ending the hover, I can actually maintain that speed. See how that falls faster forward?
Oh, okay.
It's a very slight thing, but the thing that it also does is, because the game expects you to have a feature that you don't actually have unlocked yet, and we would never will unlock because we're going to skip it, holding X will actually refill the action gauge here. So at the very bottom, all of Silver's mechanics are limited by that action gauge at the bottom right. So everything you do, hovering, picking up and lifting objects, later when we get the teleport dash, all of that is meter. So meter management's super important. The levitation extension allows you to get faster speed forward because it's, I think, 10 meters per second when you hover instead of the 3 meters per second when you fall. And it lets you to maintain that, but you still fall as fast as you do, but you have the forward momentum you'd normally have when hovering. And you regain your action gauge in the middle of it because you're holding X. So I can skip around Blaze by going like this and using levitation extensions to regain my action gauge and skip her entire load zone, allowing us to do some other tricks here. So this is actually, if there are questions in chat, I can explain them now.
Awesome. Well, the first one that I noticed earlier when we were talking was is there a difference, or like, how does this game compare to Sonic Boom? We were talking about like how broken it is and
I
those
can't,
mechanics, you know?
I can't say that myself because I never ran Sonic Boom.
Okay.
I only run the good bad games. Sonic Boom, I remember that one glitch actually kind of ruining the categories, if I recall correctly.
Interesting.
And made things a lot more boring after the initial find. 06 kind of hasn't had that. We've had some big things, as we're going to talk about later, that have happened in 06, but those aren't really, it's nothing that's been like, oh my gosh, this has kind of ruined the game, as I've heard with Sonic Boom.
Okay, my other quick question for you then is Silver your favorite character in the Sonic universe? Or
One of. I have a top three, which is, this is weird, when Team Sonic Racing came out, or Sonic Team Racing came out, they paired my 3 favorite characters together in one car, and I'm like, this makes no sense, but I love it.
Okay.
And that was Blaze, Silver, and Vector.
Oh, okay. I don't know Vector very well.
The crocodile.
Oh, right. Okay, right.
In Sonic Heroes, I want in Team Chaotix.
Yes.
So yeah, those 3 are my favorite Sonic characters.
Cool. Okay, cool. Anyway.
Sick. I actually want to talk about something else that's kind of important here. So when I ended that stage, because I was just sort of talking about it, we would telethrow on the rock I used to the end. I'll explain more about the nuances of telethrow in a different stage. But the thing I should be doing when I enter that load zone is holding X before I get into the load zone, and then let go of X on the loading screen. What that forces is a first frame input on the next section you load into. In this case here, it prevents this fall and then having to go up to Silver. Instead, I can do it by hitting start over. So I'm holding X to exit the pause screen, still holding X, hitting start over, letting go. I instantly hit Silver. That is going to be used later, and there actually are at least a few instances of using frame buffered inputs like that to actually break out of certain sections. That is using telethrow on rocks here again. We are doing this quickly, Silver, thank you. And something really strange happens. So this is called results breakout. Results breakout is a phenomenon that occurs when you swap characters in the final section of a stage in 06 and then do not hit a checkpoint.
Oh.
If you do that, the game doesn't know what to actually reset your character to because this acts like a stage reset, but it says that you should be Blaze at the start of the section, or you should be at a checkpoint as your new character. So the game in some way or form errors in that regard, and you get to play on the results screen. In Shadow's story, this is actually used to skip the results screen itself. If you have a text box near where you finish, which in the first stage of Shadow's story can be anywhere, actually, because of the way that stage is formatted. There's no goal ring. There's instead a condition that needs to be met, and is after 5 seconds after it's met, you get to the results screen. If you load a text box on the results screen that is as a result of an event rather than as a result of dialogue, and then that fades out, it will also fade out the results screen with it. And we're going to see that actually when we get into the Glitch Fest after Silver's story's explanation.
Awesome.
So yeah, already this is going to be I know the first stage has had a lot within it. Because it really is, this run just goes, and then it kind of like as soon as we get into the later stories or the later sections, because we kind of have Telethrow as this nice trick that kind of explains everything. We get to just sort of relax and mellow down a bit more, but the beginning is very high octane. There's a lot to explain.
I mean, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, hopefully it's been entertaining so far because there's going to be about 3 more hours of it.
Yeah.
So this is our first boss and the main antagonist of Silver's story, Iblis. So one thing I want to make clear is object mechanics in Silver's story. So Silver's combat comes down to 2 things. The first is that you pick up objects and throw them at enemies and they die. It sounds simple, but there's actually a bit to it. The order in which you pick up objects is important. You may have noticed there that I picked up the rock in the center of this trio first. That's because the order in which you pick up objects is the order in which you throw them. And objects still interact and collide with each other while they're in your grasp. So if you do not like have spatial awareness of stuff, potentially you could try to throw something and it's actually blocked off in its trajectory by another object you're holding. If you're
holding and they'll hit each other.
If you play the game casually, yes. If you play the game casually, that has been a genuine issue because it's really frustrating to throw things and just be like, why didn't it go anywhere?
Yeah.
So keeping that in mind is super important. And there's a specific way that I route through Iblis Phase 1. I get the 3 objects there in that order, so I get them. I'll just restart the thing over. Bottom right to left, and then I throw really quickly. You want to make sure not to throw too quickly, otherwise you actually will miss hits because of invincibility frames. And then I get the rock to the right, left on like a sweeping, because Silver has like a conic, or like not like a conic, kind of like a laid out cone. You know what I'm saying? Like a lens
rounded.
View. Yeah.
An arced.
Yeah, like a guard in like his the very typical. This is what a guard's viewpoint is in a stealth section. That sort of thing. And you want to make sure that you're like sort of tilting so that it's like not getting the left rock, but getting the right, then turning to the left, and then getting the one there, but on the right of the center rock.
Okay.
From here, I then can just hold forward and should be able to hit everything. There you go. Iblis is still vulnerable when he actually does this next attack. So if I throw this rock now, should hit him, yes. And then I can throw these rocks up here. There we go, that's another thing. Every phase is 3 hits, by the way. He dropped what we're lovingly going to call Cocoa Puffs, and we have 4 of them right now. Oh, let me see if I can get a Cocoa Puff there. Yeah, that's good.
There you go.
And then you finish it that way. It's a pretty simple boss, but getting it down to like a science like that takes some real like rigorous effort.
Yeah.
So if you mess up the objects, your timing and everything, you can get a time as long as like 1:20.
Gotcha. Yeah, that fight's, I mean, it's like pretty straightforward in terms of what you actually do. It's just making sure you have things collected in the right like way.
Yeah, and also the fact that you have to kind of aim towards things, but the game doesn't have any indication of that.
Yeah.
So I was holding forward, like kind of guiding the object there. It sounds like I have more control than I do. I have some control, but I don't have like, I can't like swerve at the last second. It has to lock on, and I can feel whether it locks on or not. Because you can tell if something isn't locked on to an enemy or object, it will just go forward in the direction that Silver's facing.
Okay.
That's important, actually, for
That makes
the next application of telethrow and the next the nuances of telethrow as we're going to see in this next part. By the way, Silver's sent from the future to the past to destroy a 15-year-old hedgehog because apparently he caused the devil. I just want to mention that that's the plot of this game and it makes total sense.
Yeah?
Yeah, that happened because a mean man told him, you know what? This blue boy's bad. Get rid of him.
Right,
And so
so he
that's-
thinks Sonic is bad. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to ask about a little plot background for people if they've never seen this before.
I frankly haven't watched the plot in ages, so I'm just going off of what I vaguely remember.
Now we're back in the past, correct?
Yeah, well, we're back in the past, which is the present for the other two stories.
Because it's no longer all apocalyptic.
Yeah, we actually have green, which is my favorite color, so I'm cool to see. So telethrow can be literally done on any object, and as you're going to see in this run, we literally do it on pretty much any object. This rock is quite nice because it has to have a certain steepness for telethrow to even work. If I'm at the very top of this rock, it's probably not going to work, or will be very, very low, because the angle which Silver has relative to like the horizon per se isn't steep enough for the object to be thrown upward as I throw it when I lift. So if I go forward and I try to hold forward and go on this, I should either be able to barely throw or I can't throw at all like that. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, it just
Also-
like goes down.
I'm gonna save just to be careful here. So like there's not much we can really do. You need to make sure you're at the base steepness for the objects you have. Otherwise you won't be able to actually perform telethrow at all. But the other factor in that steepness is actually the steepness you do have impacts how high up it's thrown. So the steeper you're at, the more height you're going to get.
Okay.
So here I'm going to get more height than I get, say, here. You can see the camera sort of pan out in different ways. If I try to do that, like you can see the camera like adjust when I go from here to here.
Yeah. Like you're starting to flatten out, so you won't have as much.
Both of these should work, but that one is a bit less high, and this, or the rock's going to do that. Cool. This actually should be, like, I'm trying to get a really steep one. So this is really steep, or relatively steep, and I go much higher. I actually gain height instead of leveling off.
Oh, wow.
So that's like two factors to keep in, that's a factor to keep in mind. The other factor is to have, and I'll show this off in the next stage, because unfortunately, this is also kind of retrospective. You know what we used to do here? Walk. It was the fastest way to get through this.
Until you found the telethrow.
And then that saved 30, 40 seconds.
Wow.
So enjoy the peace that we used to have and the reality of our psychokinetic antics. You can also skip on water like this. I forgot to talk about this.
Did you do that automatically?
No. Remember how I mentioned the stun slot maintains momentum of things?
Oh,
Doing a full jump and holding X will actually allow Silver to bounce off of the water because it actually reverses the falling momentum.
Oh.
The stun slap does, and so do other moves that characters do, which we'll see in Blaze's section soon enough.
Oh, look at
So-
this hedgehog.
We could just literally just jump, do a full jump, and then just hold X, and you can do this.
Silver's
It's a
also a
quick
hedgehog,
rating.
right?
Yes. Silver's a hedgehog. Blaze is a cat.
Yeah, Blaze is a cat. Yeah.
Yeah. Silver is a hedgehog for sure. He is very much a hedgehog. His thing is shaped like a hand because he grabs objects. That's why.
Okay.
Trust me, it's nothing else.
Glad that all the hedgehogs look just like hedgehogs.
Yeah, I don't know, but anyway, this is now Tropical Jungle. Tropical Jungle has a lot of water in it, so the previous route we did was just doing that water skipping all the way to like the end of the section, then doing telethrowing on a ball. So once again, less control there, longer going through. You do get the calmness of just skipping on water like that, but where's the fun?
Instead, go faster now.
Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up this. This is going to tilt the box I have right here. That's not enough. This box right here, I'm gonna push into the box in front of me, and it's going to get a certain angle. If I have it steep enough, which it is now, I can then perform telethrow on it. Note that I can also change the direction that it moves.
Based on where Silver's facing, like you said earlier.
Exactly.
Ah.
But the important thing, I'll redo this stage because I think it's important to mention this, because the inputs don't look as they do. Silver's facing direction is locked when you lift. So for instance, let me just kill these enemies first. Die. Cool. If I lift an object, Silver's facing direction is locked. So if I face this way, Silver's gonna face that way. I can't move if I'm moving around. Like I'm still moving around. He can't change the facing direction unless I stop. But when I stop, I can quickly pivot by holding a slap and changing my direction that way. And we use that to get around. Holding a slap, yeah.
I forgot that he slaps things.
Yeah, he goes like, Okay, let me just get this set up again.
Awesome.
So I'm gonna push against this when it's lifting up, so doing nothing then tilting so I get a decent enough angle. That's too steep. So when it's too steep, you aren't gonna be able to walk on it. And there's actually a frame where you can walk on there's like a steepness level that you can walk on stuff like that, but then it won't actually lift consistently. So it's gonna be like,
what can you do to help get that angle correctly?
It just takes a lot of timing really with what you do. It depends on the object as well. Spheres, yeah, there's a turtle right there. Cool. We use the turtle in other ways in other stories. Fun fact: we moon jump off the turtle in Shadow.
Oh, nice. So the main thing you were saying is to like make sure you push the block you're on into the other one, and that helps give it the angle that you need, right?
At the right time. So you want to lift it up a little bit and then push forward. Hold forward for a little bit. So I got a really good angle here. It's really steep. I also need to wait, generally speaking, for the object to be at its ceiling. Because if it's not at its ceiling, Silver will actually continue the jump because there's nothing going to stop the object from like going higher than he is.
Okay.
If you're at the ceiling, you're level, and therefore Silver's jump, which is why you're hearing that on stream, you're hearing that Silver is trying to jump off the object.
Okay.
But we're actually, if it's not at the ceiling yet, or if it's not the ceiling and it's not steep enough, you're just going to get that jump normally because you're going to have just missed the object you're throwing on. It's not, like the factors there kind of balance each other out.
Mm-hmm.
And so you just want to typically wait for you to be at the ceiling of the object, which means you need to have a good amount of action gauge to start off.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
So yeah, I can then tilt or move over to the right, and then it notice that if I go more and more to the right or left or down or up, it's going to change the amount of height you get. Basically, if I'm on a surface and I'm like facing towards the object, I will have the most height, like facing towards like where the object is hilted up towards. I'll have the most height.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I'm noticing those bombs, okay? Also, really funny thing, you can just walk through that gate.
What?
You can't do that in other stories. You can't do that in Shadow's story with Rouge for some reason, but Silver, he's like small enough to walk through as soon as you get hit.
That's so funny.
So mentioning...
You just get hit once and then he can head on through.
Yep. Which means that as soon as you get to this area, you're pretty much good in the run.
That's hilarious. Okay, cool.
Sorry if I've also talked over you in interruptions and stuff, but I do apologize for that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I know I interrupt too occasionally because I'm like, wait.
Yeah.
I gotta know.
I'll explain more about that other mechanic of telethrow when we get to, I think, White Acropolis. Mm-hmm. Basically, the premise is that Silver's facing direction does influence where the objects go because it influences where objects are normally thrown because of how we throw objects, as in, if they're not aiming towards anything, they're going to be thrown in the direction Silver's facing, and that will influence both height and distance when you're using telethrow.
Okay, gotcha.
We're going to do a frame buffered input here. So when I hit save, I'm holding X, and I'm going to hold X through this cutscene. So I'm mashing the start button just to skip this cutscene. And then I'm going to let go of X when it starts to try to load the stage here. This is Wave Ocean Blaze. This is by far the most annoying run in the entire, or most annoying stage in the entire run, in my opinion, because in both any percent and no credits warp, which is what NCW stands for, we have to actually do this trick. So first thing first, when I do a frame buffered input, I skip the automation that's normally here. And then I get hit to the side, and then I do a homing attack as Blaze, which is called the Fire Claw. And I hit this invisible wall to fall faster. I'm now reaching for the edge of this loop. So I'm going to align myself as such with a bit later in the stage. You see that cave over there? That really small cave? We're going to align ourselves for that. And I'm going to jump and press X. If I pressed X at the right time and actually managed to try to hit the homing attack beacon that's on here, there we go. if I hit the homing attack beacon that's on there, but avoid actually touching it, I will basically think of it like a bow. This is called loop launch, by the way. It's basically like a bow. We're trying to aim ourselves towards a point later in the stage by trying to hit a homing attack beacon, barely scraping off it, and doing what's called a what do we call? I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's called not a fling. Maybe it's called a fling. I can't remember because it's a weird term. I think we call it a fling.
Okay.
Because you can sort of just do it on. It happens if you've ever played Sonic Story and played through Egg Cerberus. Sometimes it will fling you, and you'll just hit into the death plane that's at the very top of the screen.
Oh,
that's a fling. It's the same process. You may have seen it playing it accidentally and going, "Oh, that's so frustrating. Now I have to redo Egg Cerberus again." We actually use it to our advantage here. So long as you time it correctly, you will hit the nearest physical geometry that you get. So for us, we want to aim around here. There is a loop launch that launches us later into the stage, but it's actually slower because of this next trick.
Okay.
So Blaze here, this is sort of 06 has a lot of misnomers, a lot of tricks that are named the incorrect thing. So remember that this is the Fire Claw, what we just did, that homing attack thing. We're going to talk about the spinning claw here, which is this move. So Blaze goes in a spin, and like she just immerses herself in fire, and she moves around. It damaging enemies. It also maintains your speed. That's the most key. That's the key aspect of it. Right. Whatever speed you're at when you use it is the speed that it actually operates at.
So if you start it when you're going really, really fast.
Yes, you will keep that speed for longer.
Cool. Okay.
But this is called the Advanced Fire Claw because it was found in 2007 and the manual was misread. So this should be called the Advanced Spinning Claw because it involves the spinning claw. If I jump and then release a spinning claw, which is done by holding X, by the way, hold X and then release. If I do it at the right time, I will not only maintain my speed, but I will also have an extended duration for it. So that looks good. Oh, that's a false one. So there are two forms you can get. There's a real one which has a longer duration. You could tell it's like about 3 times long.
Oh, wow.
And there's a false one which maintains your speed but does not actually give you the extended duration.
Okay.
So let's see if this one's real. Yeah, this one's real. You can tell because it's a lot longer than the normal one.
Wow, yeah, that's going for a long time.
That's a real AFC. So there are real and fake AFCs is what's important to note.
Okay.
Now we're going to try to build up speed, and the best way to do that is on this rail. So the rail here is really interesting. Every character has their own unique rail dynamics in the game, actually. So, for instance, if you do this spin on this rail, you'll build up some speed. But every character has different refresh rates, cooldown times, and all of that. So Omega, for instance, actually might slow down if you do the tricks. Or Tails can only do 2 tricks or 2 X inputs. Because it's not looking for the animation. It's actually looking just for an X input, and then you can actually do up to 3 per animation as Blaze, Sonic, and Shadow. And so the rhythm is more like, to get the best speed, X, 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 X. You can see I went through that really fast.
Yes.
X, 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 X. If I mash X, it will just lock me out. X, 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 I'm just mashing X.
Oh, I see.
It's completely locking me out. So what we try to do here is build up 5 X presses worth of speed and then perform an AFC on the rail, which means I have to both press X rhythmically, somehow hold X, release X the frame after I jump. It sometimes doesn't work very well at all because it's such a combination of things. So oftentimes this is like a much more risky thing to go for, but it does save time if you do it well. So I'm going to try for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. If that happens, then you have released X too late and you will die. But I hit that checkpoint there for a reason. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. So I'm heading into the water. That's a false AFC.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that's important. The difference there... Again. Yeah, we can just start over. The importance is we need the duration for this trick. And if we don't have the duration, then we can't actually get to the end of the stage. Because this will get us from here, about midway through the stage, to the end. Let's see. Come on. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna have to reload the save then. That's okay.
Oh, no worries.
I
want to see it work, so.
Yeah, I want to make sure it works as well because this is a really interesting one. I actually can do the X input, the X buffer, the frame buffered input from anywhere. I just press X to start the story again, and I can let go of here, and it will be done. So while I try to set up for the AFC skip here in Blaze Wave Ocean, any questions in the chat? Any interest? Anything really neat?
There was one earlier. What's the general function of X in this game usually?
Every action ever.
Just action. It's just standard action.
It's an action button, but it kind of operates differently for every character.
Okay.
In Silver, it's a slap. In Blaze, it's her homing attack. In Sonic, it's a kick or a bounce or other things. For Shadow, it depends on if you're in the air or not. That's the best one you can get. If I got that first try, I would have immediately just gone for IO World Record right there, because that's like the best setup.
That's cool.
Okay, please be real.
Okay,
I feel like it's fake. Yeah. I feel like sometimes there's indicators, but it's really hard to tell whether or not something's real or fake in this regard.
It is totally okay. This is the kind of time we have on the stream, you know? There you go, I can go back.
Yeah, I'm gonna try again because it's really hard. It is a run killer for me, honestly, because it just very much so. I go for it because it is faster, but it's not. It's about 10, 12 seconds faster than the other method, the one I mentioned where we just do stuff. Okay, I got the backup AFC, hopefully. Okay, but also you can see what I mentioned earlier, when the water has some weird properties, if you're doing an action on it, it will actually like reverse your momentum. AFC does that as well, if you have a full jump.
Yeah, so are there any input differences that could determine whether something ends up being real or fake? Somebody was asking.
How well you press, how well you do stuff. So there we go. That is not collision, so I can just go right through here.
Awesome.
When I get to this area, I want to let go because the camera will move me otherwise. And then I want to shimmy up to here, and there you go. That is Wave Ocean Blaze.
Awesome.
So there aren't, it's a frame perfect trick is the issue. It's a single frame. If you do it a frame too late, which is why I had difficulty with it. If you do it a frame too late, you're gonna get those fake AFCs that I was talking about. You know, like those fake friends you have sometimes. They're just like unreliable. They just come out of nowhere and they just try to help you, and then you fall into the water. This is how friendships work, right? But sometimes you get that true friend that will push you to the goal ring, and this is not working out as my TED Talk, but it's fine. It is a very difficult trick because it is frame perfect. So you need to actually I use a claw grip for this, for Blaze as a whole, and I actually use a claw grip in Silver Story a lot in general. It's pretty useful. So I have my thumb on A and my index finger on X. And that allows me to get some of those inputs that I would need more like thoroughly than I otherwise would.
Cool. Okay, that's good to know.
Alrighty, so we're gonna find the person Amy's looking for. What's the line, Silver?
Maybe I'll talk to some people in the town.
Yeah, he's gonna talk to some people in the town. We love it. So casually in this game,
right?
Yeah, we love it. Yeah, for now. So normally in this point in the story, you would actually have to do this entire walkover to Mission 8, which is our boy Lord Regis. He has a daughter. 206 runners have a daughter. I don't think so. He is over here, and you normally do a mission to protect the town and, you know, help the city or whatever. But I don't want to really help not Italy right now, so I'm going to instead skip something using a new exploit we have called the lift exploit. So I mentioned a ceiling before with the lift. When you lift an object, you have a ceiling. That's quite important with certain surfaces in the game, because if you can lift something such that the ceiling is beyond where the like physical boundaries of something are, you can break out of bounds. So I'm gonna try to push a box against here. I'm gonna try to align it in such a way that I can just get over to this corner really nice and tight, and I'm gonna lift up. Silver currently is pushed through the physical ceiling because the ceiling of the object takes priority. So I'm out of bounds at the moment, and if I let go at the right time and jump, I can escape through there and clip through. So
it looks like the collision for that building only goes up to a certain extent and then ends. So if you get above it.
Yeah, well, if you get above it with a flat surface. So what's important is you need a flat ceiling and a flat surface. Has to be like meshed together like I was gonna say like a burrito, but that's not correct at all. Sort of like a sandwich. Like you have to have the loaves be directly on top of each other and really well aligned. It means that like a burrito is the exact opposite, in fact, because that burritos are very they have a lot of surface. So it's
Amy?
Yeah, Amy's just gonna try to get it. Actually, Amy can get in because if I walk away far enough, I think Amy. No, she will actually just the geometry would despawn and she would just go right there.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But why we do this is because Mission 8 takes so long and takes a lot to walk to. There are things in Sonic 06 called mirrors. So certain stages have these mirror entry points, and they're either active or deactive. So if it's there's usually a call to something, like a mission being completed or a certain thing being loaded in for you to be able to use a mirror. In Sonic's story is probably the most solid of all the stories in terms of its programming, because a lot of the checks actually don't allow you to skip missions. They have to require you to do the mission right before that mirror for you to actually use the mirror, even if it's loaded into the hub world earlier. For Silver's story and Shadow's story, that's less so the case. This mirror is active despite us not finishing Mission 8. You're supposed to finish Mission 8 to get to here, but you don't.
But you don't have to.
Nope, which allows us to get into probably the wildest setup we've ever had for something in Telethrow. This was a fan favorite, I think, for a lot of people, other than the one we're going to talk about later, which you'll see, because that's also a fan favorite.
Okay.
Dusty Deserts used to be a very long stage. I don't want to do the original version of it, but essentially it involved us using the lift exploit in a few different areas. So we would wait for an object to rotate and then push it into a corner. Because Silver doesn't actually control. We don't control as the player any of what the objects do rotation-wise. So we have to just sort of stand at certain spots and then just pick it up and hope that it eventually goes to some equilibrium. So it's slightly predictable. So I know after a while it will flip like this. And when it does, I want to push it towards that, and I want to lift up through the top.
Gotcha.
If it
so this
stays
is
high
basically
enough.
the first thing you were showing off before the new method.
Yeah, we still use lift exploit here to get out of bounds because we need to get out of bounds.
Oh,
but we'd get out of bounds and then we would like hover up to this door. Wrong placement for that.
Oh, how much did I'm sorry, how much time did skipping Mission 8 actually save?
Gosh, probably 3-4 minutes.
Wow, that's awesome.
RTA. We'd still do Mission 8 in like the 100% category, which unfortunately, yes, I've run, but I actually really like it, and we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
So we would. It takes about a minute to do that mission, and the walking to and fro would probably be another minute each. So it'd be a significant amount. If you add the load times in, that's probably 4 minutes RTA.
Gotcha.
So we used to do something like this. We'd land on this door and then continue out of bounds, meet a clone of Silver, and then we would continue on with the out of bounds breaking, sort of just staying on the edges of the bounds, because like riding like kind of riding the edge of surfaces. If you've seen my AGDQ 2020 run of Silver's story, we did that then. And it took about, at best, like 2 minutes, 30 seconds. I'm going to hopefully show you a method that can let you get as low as 40 seconds now. So we're going to pick up an object from here. Let me restart because that ruined my brain. I'm gonna pick up an object from here, and I'm just gonna try to knock it in such a way that the bottom part goes up, so I can push it into here. So the flat surface is on the top here. Jump out of bounds. So now we're out of bounds.
Whoa.
I am now in this section where they have these waves of sand coming through. These sand waves can push this object out. If I hold it so that it doesn't break, it can push the object out like that. So now an object is out of bounds, we're out of bounds. All we need is the right angle. And bam, if the pot lands like this, you got a good steep angle right here.
Oh, perfect.
Telethrow time.
And there you go. Oh, so cool. Okay.
There's a jet plane above me and to my right. I need to make sure to angle this in such a way that I'm not hitting either of those.
Okay. So you just have to avoid the planes. Oh my gosh, and that's it.
using LEs to manipulate yourself in the air, because that's the fastest way to go in the air. As you mentioned before, LEs not only retain your action gauge, but they retain your momentum forward. So using LEs there when you can't telethrow. And there you go. With that.
Interesting. So yeah, it's really interesting to see how you're using like the actual movement of the stuff around you to like flip the vase in the right way, and then you're like out of bounds, and we're throwing.
Yep. And you can, again, if the pot doesn't like pick up in the way that you want it to, you can sort of like manipulate by adjusting with the features I mentioned earlier. So I should probably mention really quickly now, though, the other important fact about silver's facing position is that the more you get towards the equator, the less height you're going to gain.
Right.
But you still need to hold the control stick towards the object. That's the input difference. Because this is confusing. Silver will lock his facing position, but you need to hold like up left, for instance, when I was doing it in Tropical Jungle, because you still need to land on the object when you jump. So you still need to catch the object that way. If you try to like, there's something one of our moderators lovingly calls the in Italian telethrow, because I found this method while I was playing in Italian.
Oh, I see.
There's no other method with why it was called that, where if you face down, actually, you can skyrocket the object towards the ground, but which is fastest if you're trying to optimize these different things. We'll see it later, actually. But that still requires you to hold towards the object when you throw. Because if you don't hold towards the object, and in fact you hold down, Silver's going to jump away from the object. Because you have to hit it that first frame and land back on it, if that makes sense. I wish I had an input control for like on 360, but it's hard to get that for consoles themselves because I'm running on console.
Right, to like show it off.
Yeah, but it's really interesting. I definitely there's tutorials for sure, but I'm trying to just explain it as you can change Silver's facing direction by like tapping or like maneuvering around. And then you can lock in that facing position, and then you want to throw it as you always have before with the control stick facing towards the object.
Okay.
It sounds really complex, but genuinely just pick up telethrow and give it a try. It is the easiest trick in Silver's story.
Okay,
by
cool.
far.
I mean, yeah, it does sound fairly complicated explaining it like again, but I feel like since we've already had kind of the visuals of seeing it the first few times, and we've been getting like some tips throughout, like it's more digestible, you know.
It's literally it has, unlike Silver's story before used to be a very there's a one frame window to all the tricks you do sort of story. That trick is so generous in comparison to everything we've learned before. I think genuinely, if you have a copy of 06, load up Silver's story, give it a try. It is so much simpler than you could ever imagine.
Cool. Okay.
I'm explaining it in depth because that's the point of this whole year's show. But genuinely, more than any other trick, it is so accessible, but it is still hard to master, which makes it the perfect speedrunning trick. Because doing it just in general, pretty simple. Doing it optimally, very complex, because you need to adjust for like how you throw something, if you could land it directly on the goal ring, how many throws you use, what direction you're facing to optimally get that distance in. All that stuff's important. And so it's like learning to ride a bike. Starting on it is relatively easy, but you're not going to go directly into BMX from that.
Right.
But you can learn BMX, and it's still sort of the same base properties as learning to ride a bike. Also, this boss has nothing to it, I should mention. We just kill Sonic.
Just throw
everything.
Throwing tears at him.
It does have a little bit more. So I want him to kill him around, so that the stage ends around 13 seconds with no rings. This is called S-rank avoidance. So this avoids an S-rank by giving us an automatic A-rank. The best time you can get in this fight is like 6 seconds, but that's very difficult to get in reality. It requires double hits from certain objects. Basically, the object gets stuck in Sonic and does multiple hits.
Okay, but then getting an S-rank, does it give you an extra prompt?
Right there it does. That's a 5.5 second prompt. So that's equivalent to getting an 8 or 7 second time with an S rank, which is automatic if you finish it faster than 13 seconds.
Okay.
So that's like a little strategy to that, which means you can actually like relax a little bit. You just need to kill Sonic around like 9-10 seconds, and you should get a 13 second time, which is faster than what you could normally get trying to kill him first try.
Gotcha.
Because trust me, it's very, very difficult. People have grinded that fight for ages, and it's taken hours and hours to get any, like, some people barely got a 6.9 something from that. It's hard.
Oh, wow. Okay. Gotcha.
Alrighty. So now we're getting into sort of the midpoint of Silver's story. Normally at this point, I'm going to save as well now. Actually, I'm going to save and quit so I can reload my lives just for demonstration purposes. In this intermission, do we have any other interesting questions or things that the chat wants to mention?
Chat, feel free to ask questions. Again, it's a lot of talk back and forth, but there was something way earlier that I just noted, just in case. Yeah. Somebody wanted to know if you've played Project 06.
Oh, Project 06. I actually have not, because it's supposed to be my 1,500 followers goal. I'm like 80 followers away from that. Awesome. Project 06 is built from the ground up, trying to redo 06 in the way that it was intended to be. Because there's a lot of unused stuff. There's a lot of amazing things. I haven't seen it. I've seen some runs myself from my friend Gordon, who runs the game. He was the AGDQ 2021 runner for Shadow Story. Mm-hmm. And that's my experience with Project 06. But it's a fantastic project and something I'm looking forward to being completed. And I have full support for the dev of it. I think it's just one person developing it, if I remember correctly, which is incredible. And so at least now it's only really one person developing it. It used to be a bigger project, but I think it's just like, well, I'm just having to finish everything myself now, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, wow.
So shout outs to Project 06 for sure. It's definitely what the game was intended to be, because I believe that this game gets a bad rap, and I think Project 06 is showing people, you know what? This game had a lot of potential. And I think as a speed game, amazing. As a casual game, play Project 06. It's what I've heard.
You can definitely see like what it was meant to be. My biggest complaint with this game is not kind of the lack of, like the faults in some of the gameplay. It's the freaking weird romance between Sonic and the girl.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen in this story. So
yeah, which is great. Which is why this category
we just have to defeat a devil twice. That's great, everyone. So normally. Yeah. Normally, like casually speaking, at this point in the story, you'd have to buy the shock bracelet. So it says it also performs something called Psycho Shock. No one calls it that because that's a really weird name. So buying the shock bracelet allows you to do the move that I mentioned earlier refills the action gauge that they expect you to have by holding X. It's done by holding X, and as we know before, it does like a ground pound that stuns enemies and things in a certain range of silver. Really useful casually, and frankly for combat it's great. We have to skip it. Because as we mentioned earlier, the X button, if held, maintains momentum of certain things and allows us to refill the action gauge. The shock bracelet cuts that motion off entirely. So we want to skip it, and the way we're going to skip it, there are a few different ways we did this before. We used to pick up a box all the way over there and bring it over and do the lift exploit on that. I used to do something called telelaunch with a sign. We'll talk about telelaunch when we get to Kingdom Valley, which was absolutely not something I needed in this beautiful jazzy town. I did not need the stress of having to try to get on a sign, like pick it up, lift, pick it up, have it fly, and then fly into the air and hope it worked. So instead, we stumbled across this on Christmas Day. You can take this sign. It will start to rotate as soon as you walk past there. You saw that it was like flat and it starts to rotate slightly. It's just because it hit the bottom of it, and so the object starts to rotate. You then want to push it against this wall. Let it fall over to the sign on the back. Slide through like that, and then just hold right.
What?
I don't know why that works either, but it's very consistent and very nice. Because previous methods were a lot less consistent than that.
Yeah, how did that work?
I wish I could give you an answer, but I think there's a very slight tiny angle there that allows you to, like, with the speed that you have of walking, allows you to clip out of bounds. So most of the time in 06, all you need is the right speed, angle, and I actually think I know why. Just to explain it a little bit, my theory is that it tries to put silver on the surface of the pole, because if you're walking up towards something like that, it has surfaces on it, and usually they have like a point where it would push you through on top of the object, if with enough speed. In the case that we set it up right there, it's trying to put you vertical, and so therefore puts you inside the wall because it can't put you vertically or like directly horizontal at 90 degrees on the surface, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean that's probably the most logical explanation for it. Like,
Yeah.
like I agree that that's
It's great.
Good
I cause a traffic violation and get paid for it, so it's great. Not get paid. I get to access the base from doing it. Also, notice what it says here.
Perfect.
Can you need to defeat all the enemies, right?
right. How are we not going to do that?
There's just a little hole there that the devs left in. There's just a little hole. It's literally just a hole because the lasers have like a little bit there, so you could just skip them entirely.
It's like a small gap.
Yeah, just a small gap you can jump through, or even if you do it really well, you can homing attack through it, or fire claw rather. The beginning of White Acropolis for Blaze is pretty simple. You just want to head on to the left side, or the leftmost side when you start, and then hold towards the left continuously so that you keep on the dash panels. I mentioned before we did an AFC in Wave Ocean Blaze. We're going to try another one here. The issue with this one is if you mess it up, it will sometimes catch you right here, and you'll fall to your death, having to restart the stage, which wastes 50
so it can lose you a lot of
seconds.
times.
Close. That was close to losing it. But I'm going to try for it now.
Yeah.
Come on, because it's really cool. And there we go.
Oh,
They have enough speed
right
to
through the
clip
wall.
through stuff, so you just go right through the wall.
perfect.
So yeah, really we've explained a lot of the fundamentals of Solar Story for this next
much-
section.
So it seems like you're already going to go on that speed pad and fly. How much time would that save you?
Compared to fighting the enemies down there, 20 seconds.
Oh, like going off the pad to get. Oh, as in you can go through the door before you have to
To kill the
fight
enemies. And the enemies have bombs, which can oftentimes make Blaze. Oh, let me try that again. Thank you for respawning. The enemies usually have these explosive orbs that basically force Blaze into her what's it called? What's the term? Like stutter animation when you get hit.
Gotcha.
And that can waste a lot of time because that takes like 3 seconds just for her to get up from the ground.
Another telethrow to get up, all the way up here.
Yeah, the ideal telethrow would be I lift the object, I get in between those two. Actually, what am I saying? Let me just do it. I forgot it's one of these. So I'm gonna
Is this
aim
kind of
towards
show?
this. Yeah. Oh, the rock broke. Can I still use this? I think so. No, that's not steep enough. I can tell when something's not steep enough by the way it just looks, because there's good visual indicators.
Oh, very
No,
good.
we're good. Gonna get on this boulder, stand right here, roughly. I'm gonna face this way, so it's gonna go down slightly. I'm gonna
Change.
go on this face instead, and continue on like that. Or I was going to, but I don't have enough. Oh, there we go.
Oh, well.
No, that's still good. That still shows what I mean. You can readjust on objects and telethrow into other telethrows.
Right.
You need to defeat that enemy. It takes 4 hits, or if it's lost both its arms, you can just jump and stun it. That's another part we're gonna get to when we get to combat later on. I brought a boulder from over there, but I think it's gonna be a bad angle, just a bad. Let me just readjust it. There we go. That's better.
There you go.
Oh, maybe that should be good enough. Yeah, there we go. And then you can just fly all the way from over here to the goal ring.
I love that.
You can
so
normally, yeah, it's really cool because if you nail this trick, you can just basically do all of Silver Story. And it's not
you're right. It is reminding me of bullet time bouncing. You know, it
Yeah.
is a little bit like that.
It's the same color even.
So funny. It is.
I'm just
You can
saying.
tell by the way it is.
Havoc Physics Engine, my favorite physics engine. Gotta support the folks at Havoc. Is Havoc a company? Is Havoc I forget what Havoc is, but it's great. It does the good. Okay, so we're now getting on to another boss here, which is Egg Genesis. So Egg Genesis is also pretty simple. A lot of the bosses in Silver Story are simple with some irritating bits and pieces to them when you try to get down into it, to be honest. Mm-hmm. It's like most bosses are cyclic. So this boss is cyclic. It will take 6 hits per cycle and has 4 cycles, so a total of 24 hits.
Okay.
It is going to be constantly, the camera's constantly like this underneath unless you the only way you can avoid this camera is to go through the center of the boss. The camera will reset to its normal camera. But because I mentioned earlier, you're actually aiming towards things. You have to hold forward or towards objects to do certain things.
Right.
So you're actually better off having this camera, but it does mean you can't see certain things. It's going to shoot these missiles out of its arms. And you want to pick up enough to finish the first 2 cycles, which I barely just did, yeah. You want to finish the first 2 cycles like I just did. So when you pick them up, you want to pick up just basically 12. You can roughly tell how much 12 is by your action gauge. You want to be slightly more than half gone.
Okay.
It's better if you err on the side of having more than less, but still it's roughly around that point. You want like 60 or 70%.
Okie dokie.
You want to then throw 5 missiles at the center and leave 1, allowing you to then pick up the missiles from these 3.
So you have like the next wave ready.
Yes, exactly.
Gotcha.
You stagger and then wait, and then you have the next wave ready, because otherwise if you throw them immediately, you're going to be left with 2 arms, and there's going to be a laser coming down on you that will definitely always hit. So you not only would you get hit by that, but you also would have less ammunition, and you would have to have a ring to
So
survive.
this is going to hit the second phase, but you'll already have ammo to use, which will, I assume, disrupt it.
No, it's just the fastest way to get through everything.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it just allows us to finish like that.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So it allows us to do stuff without having to, it allows us to basically constantly hit without much pause. And so this should be like a 44, 45, which is the best time you can really get. 43, yeah, very good.
There you go. Yeah.
World record's like 4209, so this is pretty good. So that's like a really consistent way to do it. There's other ways you can like, there are some, like, I know some people like Nick do a different route where it involves getting the immediate 2 as quick as possible, and then just going off the remaining 2 arms for the ammunition for the remaining 2 cycles. That will get you like a consistent 47, 48. So there's like different tiers to that, and there's different, I almost split, which actually would have ended stream, so I'm glad I didn't. Because spacebar just does on OBS the last thing you clicked on it.
Oh, be careful, yeah.
Yeah. We're now getting into the fastest part of the game. Are you ready? Are you ready? You've seen all this amazing stuff that I've hopefully explained well. And
No. I feel like I've kept up pretty well. Chat, if you have any questions about what Focus has been saying so far, kind of like the main mechanics, like the telethrows or the levitation extensions, or like the what's Blaze's spinny thing?
Advanced Fire Claw, which doesn't use the Fire Claw. AFC.
Fireclaw. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to ask. We can always like go over things again, just kind of explain like the basics of how it works again, or just what it does. But yeah, otherwise, like, I feel like I've kept up and I'm ready to see what's next.
Good. So we have the Amy mission, which is this. The fastest part of the game.
Woohoo! Oh my god, it's so fast.
So Amy can't
Anything we can do about this?
do much. No. So
So distressed.
I should mention I usually mention here is a version difference. So I'm playing on the 360 version of the game. Generally speaking, the 360 version is the better version for runs in general, because it operates better and also certain tricks are actually version exclusive. The loop launches we did in Wave Ocean Blaze and you do in like Sonic Wave Ocean as well, they are 360 exclusive because the PS3 version removed the homing attack beacons on them. You can still fling. But you can't do anything. There is a speed up here. Okay, there we go. We did it. If you walk through that chair, you actually improve it. And there you go, 51 seconds. You can get around 50 if you do well enough.
Hooray.
This is one of 2 unskippable missions in Silver's story. There are normally 7 required missions in Silver's story.
Oh, well, we've already skipped 1.
Yeah. The next one we're going to skip is right now, actually.
Okay.
And we still skip this with the new timing method. So for those of you who actually didn't see the earlier part where we were discussing that, Sonic 06 now uses loadless timing, which means that these loads times no longer count towards our time for the leaderboard, which is usually pretty great. There is a trick later on that actually skips 3 missions that is faster RTA but slower loadless. And I will show that trick.
So strange, yeah.
It's just unfortunate because we did that because of how long the loads were. And it actually turns out without the load times, doing it is technically slower. Yeah. It could optimally be faster, but that's asking you to hit like 60 frame perfect inputs first try every time. And I don't want to do that. I can't do that, really. So, we're now at this point where we have skipped the shock bracelet, and that is particularly for the Heart of Wind here. So this is Silver's other major tech point we're going to get into, is the teleport dash, and specifically the extended teleport dash, or ETD, and the super extended teleport dash, or SETD. So the SETD and the ETD are really important. You can do... So the Heart of Wind is the only object I'm going to buy at this point. We'd actually walk through as I just did to get it, because it's so vital to the rest of the story for Silver's base movement that you really need it.
You just need to go get it.
Yeah, you must. So this is what it normally looks like. The teleport dash, it sends you going at 180 meters per second, and then it stops. So you can warp really quickly, 3 meters maybe. Like, not very far.
Right.
But you might notice the 9th frame after it registers the input. So that's like the, I think that's, I can't frame buffer this very well because it doesn't register a double A press in the air very well.
Okay.
But the 9th frame after it registers the teleport dash taking action gauge, if you press X on that specific frame, you will do this.
Oh.
That is the stun slap, as you mentioned before with levitation extensions. That is the stun slap maintaining the teleport dash.
Oh,
which means
gotcha,
it maintains 180 meters per second speed. It is a frame perfect trick, but it is basically the heart and soul of Silver's story late game.
Okay.
It used to be a lot more prevalent before Telethrow came into play. But there are still stages where you must use the ETD in order to do well. And it's still an essential part of Silver's kit. The reason why we skip the shock bracelet is now this allows us to hold X instead of just pressing it.
Yeah. Wow. Oh,
As you can see, you go far.
Yeah.
And we call that the super extended teleport dash because it's just an adjustment to the extended teleport dash, which is only possible if you do not have the shock bracelet.
Gotcha.
Technically, it's possible with the shock bracelet, but you have to like press X, release and hold at frame perfect intervals, and it's not worthwhile. You can't. There's a few people who've been trying to create a sort of semi-TAS for the game who've been trying to do that, but it's not really possible in like RTA terms. So what we're gonna do here, normally there's a mission in front of us, which we'd have to get into the station, but much like before with Dusty Desert, the mirror that's all the way over here, all the way in the station there, you can see it right there, I think. Yeah, okay. It's active, so if you touch it, you go to Radical Train. The way we get around the load zone for the mission 11 here, is to clip into here, because again, we have something that provides a lot of speed now, which means that we can clip through anything that has the right geometry and you get the right angle. That's like the 3-point recipe for getting out of bounds in 06. So we're gonna get around here. Some of this floor is actual floor and some of it is not. So you need to be careful with both the camera and where you're positioning yourself. This is real floor, I know here. Then I want to jump and tap hover to get around and get into the station like this.
To make sure that you go. Okay.
There you go.
So funny.
Speaking of funny.
What?
Speaking of, you didn't even know that, but this is about to be I think this is the funniest moment in the entire run. Are you ready?
Perfect. I totally just knew. I just knew.
You mean you just have a sense of funny in you, Kung Fu.
I do, I try. All right, tell me what's going on. Okay.
Telethrow on a shovel.
Oh, we're on the shovel! It's so fast, too.
Yeah.
So fast.
So that skips us to this very end of the stage. But what I want to do is an SETD off of a shovel, which is, so this part, which looks hard, is easy. You just press up and you can just adjust pretty sensibly. I face towards the right, but hold towards the bar so I can get towards the right here.
Wait, so did you mix the telethrow with an SETD or did you?
No, sorry. I'm doing a telethrow to start, and I'm going to SCTD off of it so that I fall really fast and go forward on Silver's own. This is still just a telethrow.
That's the telethrow.
Yeah, this is still a telethrow. I've failed to get the SCTD so far. That's what happens if you don't hold forward. Silver will just jump in place, and then you'll have to hover to the end, which is a long time.
I'm not going to let the English trigger get away.
Okay. We're doing a telethrow.
Yeah, we're doing a telethrow, and we're adjusting to get over to this part. And then we're doing an SCTD off of it like this.
Oh, to get all the way over here. I see.
And then we use ETDs to just clip through stuff. So for instance, right here, clip through that, SCTD, bam, 25
And you're
seconds.
done. Just jump ahead.
Yep. That is probably the most flashy part of Silver's story. People love the shuffle. I mean, who doesn't love the shuffle? It was a joke. Someone literally told me on that stream right after we figured telethrow was a thing. There's like, that shovel's there. That'd be funny, right? And then it's the trick we use. So we actually do. And it's fast as all heck. It is so fast. You can get as low as 17 seconds with that. And actually, the fastest strat is to
17 seconds is amazing. How long is that level casually? Do you know?
So doing it casually is like 4 to 5 minutes.
Okay.
The strats we used to do before involved a lot of ETDs and SCTDs. We would do a lot of clipping and go around certain parts. There was a strat involving launching off of a box, which was very difficult, and that got you at best 26. And now we have a really consistent method with the shovel that will reliably give you under 25.
So funny.
So it's really cool.
So
I'm going to quit here and reload the save again for the same reasons as before. I want to have lights to demonstrate all the wonderful things we're getting to, because I've kind of explained everything that I've needed to in Silver's story, because from here you're just using the things I've explained in different ways. So I'm just going to be explaining applications of that stuff. Are there any questions about like what I've talked about so far, or anything people will be interested in? Because I'm more than happy to clarify that before we really get into like the meat and potatoes of Silver's story and the applications of these tricks.
Yeah, this is a great time to ask questions. I'm trying to think on my end because I feel like I'm keeping up pretty well. How often like do you have to use Blaze in this? Because it looks like you've like
You're
been
done.
required to use it at least twice.
You're done. Blaze does not appear again in the story at all.
Oh, that's it. Oh, so it's only when you're in the
Yeah. So the 06 thing, which is really strange compared to like SA2 or Sonic or SA1, is that 06 has 3 major stories that have 1 main character and 2 amigos, as they're actually referred to in the game. They're called amigos.
That's awesome.
So you will swap in stages with those amigos, and they only are limited to those stages. Blaze has Wave Ocean Blaze, technically Crisis City, but we skip her, and White Acropolis to start. After White Acropolis, we don't use Blaze anymore.
Right.
Amy would have had Dusty Desert. We would have had to use Amy and Dusty Desert, which is why Dusty Desert casually, 10 minutes, maybe more.
Yeah, because she's so slow.
But also because there's an infamous ball puzzle at the end of Dusty Desert, which...
So interesting that they pair Amy with Silver and Blaze, but...
Yeah, it's because Amy basically went, oh, I want to find Sonic, and Silver's like, he's blue! And that kind of is how it went. So... in that case, we only really use Amy for her mission because that's the only port we're required to load into her and play as her. No more Amy, no more Blaze. We're basically just playing as Silver and potentially Sonic throughout the rest of this run.
Gotcha. So another quick thing is before telethrows, it was a lot of extended teleport dash.
And every single one of those is a frame perfect trick, yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So the way that I do, which has made it very inaccessible, I've used the same controller for like the past at least 8 years, and I can literally see like damage to the controller itself from sliding. I double tap A and slide up into X with my thumb, like with a rhythm, because it's sort of like a rhythm like and it literally has like frayed away some of the paint of the plastic frame of the 360 controller.
Oh my gosh.
So the ETD was genuinely like It was essential, but it was a love-hate relationship.
Yes. Runners definitely need like multiple controllers sometimes.
I think I need multiple hands because I need to replace my thumb, to be honest, more than anything.
Oh my gosh.
This is gonna sound weird, but I actually like if my fingernails haven't grown, I don't play 06. I don't play Silver Story at least because it would hurt. It would hurt my fingers to do. I'm fine now, by the way. I'm good, so I'm not in pain doing any of this.
Right. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, but it's just something to note because it's like it's so intense, honestly, and I'm the only person who really does the ETD that way. But also, to be fair, I get like 90% of the time, so it gotta mean something.
Consistent.
And changing your muscle memory for a speedrun is very hard.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I get that. All right, we're good.
Shadow.
Let's keep going.
So we now have another rival fight akin to the one like Sonic, but it's a lot harder for multiple reasons. There are less objects, first of all. So the way I go through is I get 7. 3 from back there where the train is, and then 4 on the corner where on the right.
Okay.
You want to do an ETD to start the fight because that means Shadow will be away enough from you because he only jumps towards you if you're at a certain range from him.
Oh,
that will get you out of the way enough so that you will be perfectly near something without being too close to the trains. The trains themselves hurt. They like explode, but then they'll explode all the wooden barrels you have to use. So you want to make sure not to hit the train unless it's your last hit, and to make sure it hits Shadow, not you. I've actually killed Silver trying to throw an object at Shadow.
Oh no, okay.
Which is why this fight can be annoying. The other reason it can be annoying is that barrel itself is still an object. So if it doesn't register as being thrown or hitting Shadow, it will just launch him somewhere else, and then your entire cycle is messed up.
Yeah, makes sense.
So the way I do it is I get those 7 and then 3. So Shadow requires 24 hits. That's 10. When he gets to 12 hits, he will transform into his Chaos Boost mode, but we just call it Red Shadow because it's Red Shadow. He turns red. He's like slightly angry.
Okay.
There you go. See? He turns red.
Yeah, he does. Weird. Okay.
And that's a perfect fight.
You got him.
That's literally a perfect fight. I don't even get that in runs.
That's
Normally,
awesome.
I would get like I would have to get the other set of barrels there, and then if that doesn't work, I wait for the respawn to happen because those barrels will respawn about 40 seconds after they're used, or more like 35. 35 is like the best time you can get in this. Like that was incredibly good, and that's like the ideal Shadow.
That's awesome.
You have to make sure and keep note of those little like minutiae though. And as before, I'm picking them up in sort of a certain way to avoid barrels clashing with each other.
Right, which it's definitely like it seems so small, but something you really have to make sure you're on top of.
Especially for Shadow, because if the barrel, it's also dependent upon where Shadow is relative to the barrels and where you are. So having them like right underneath him and juggling is like the best thing you can usually do.
Yeah.
But it's not like that. A, sometimes it won't hit and you actually get him to throw into the sky and then you have to wait for him to fall down. Gotcha. Or B, did I just use 1 and B? Okay, I'm tired. It's fine. Or B, you will actually destroy your entire set by throwing a barrel into other barrels, and those are destructible. They're like indestructible objects in 06. And oftentimes, a lot of the things you use to defeat bosses are destructible, which means that if you throw an object with enough force against other objects, they will explode, which is not good and can result in a lot of time save. And also, as 06 tradition, I have to show this cutscene. I thought the game crashed. Oh my gosh, my heart. It just had a suspense for the cutscene itself.
Oh, they're so tired.
That's us right now.
Control.
This is you talking to me right now. Bam. So that's the ever important cutscene, and we get to Aquatic Base. So Aquatic Base is the one stage in Silver Story that is just like it was back in 2014.
Interesting. Do you know, like, what do you think has kept you all
from using
being
telethrow,
able to, or from just being able to make additional changes?
I guess I could explain that. So, this is normally a maze-like stage. So if I go through like the stage quote unquote normally, I'm supposed to go forward, defeat these enemies, swap to Shadow, but I'll just like clip through stuff because I can.
Oh, nice. Okay. So there's a lot of clips here.
There would be if I'm doing it the way that we would like.
And there's no way to just go up, like, is there collision on the ceilings so you can't get above
There's
it?
usually a death plane. There's like a death plane above certain places, but the
bummer.
I'm just showing you what what a casual player would have to go through. They have to defeat a bunch of enemies here. Shadow, get to the spring, go up here to get to another silver section and do a bunch of stuff there. Go around, hit a switch to get to like an end zone here. Take about 4 to 5 minutes.
Okay.
A laboratory like this?
Good.
Soliana?
Oh,
Clip out, then use an SCTD to get through here. Last section of the room. Last section of the stage.
Like they're guarding that.
oh, okay. Already out of bounds.
Start by getting
Done. 7 seconds.
Oh, okay. So there's really no reason to. That's pretty darn fast.
So there's no reason to like update this first section at least.
Yeah, makes sense.
Second
Like it
section is where our time save is at.
So the end of the stage is really close to the beginning. It's just
Yep, the maze, the way it's down there, there's no death planes out there, fortunately. But there are death planes here, which is why I can't do something here. So I'll show what I mean. The death planes on this one are very, very tight. So if I wanted to, the end of the stage is like... Whoop. The technical end of the stage is like... I'm gonna just hover around a bit and just show off what I mean. So I'm using LEs to maintain my action gauge here. So I switched to a claw grip midway through. You might be able to see right there is the end of the stage. But if I try hovering to it,
you're gonna hit a death plane. Okay.
So if that death plane wasn't there, which we actually have been able to look at death planes for a while in 06 using a mod editor on PCs and such. There is like a way you could potentially like get around it, but it would have to require something where you like immediately throw like hard right and then go forward. And we don't even know if things would spawn. So the only way we can really do stuff is using the previous tech, which means that for this part, ETDs are essential. I'm gonna use an SCTD to get through here. And now we're into the other room, skipping having to defeat enemies. Hit this checkpoint. And now we're gonna play Super Monkey Ball, as I like to say, because I legitimately think this exact section helped me learn Super Monkey Ball a little bit better. And that's really funny. So these silver orbs, not to be confused with, you know, the color silver, not Silver the Hedgehog, are the fastest way to get through this section. That is Hope and Clip. So I had to...
Oh my gosh, then you clip right away. Okay.
I had to... That's a one and done thing. If you fail it, you just have to go around and try to clip through to this area from inside there.
So what do you what do you use to clip out? Is it
SCTD.
Okay, cool, gotcha.
I hold it because I want to get longer, but you could do it with an ETD. You just have to hover afterwards and you get it like shorter.
For those who are just joining, that means super extended teleport dash. So you're using one of the item upgrades that you get and then
storing
like
its speed in the stun slap. So basically, you mentioned that it's funny that Silver slaps things. The fact that Silver slaps things is the whole speed run.
Yeah.
Like, it's basically the entire speed run. He lifts things and slaps things. Like, those two things.
It's true, though.
He does two things. He can eat hot chip and lie. That's it. Anyways, so yeah, we use an STD there. The only difference between a super extended teleport dash and an extended teleport dash, by the way, is you just hold instead of press. So we call them two different things. It's basically two versions of the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still important to mention when I use one over the other because the way it feels is different to me. And the rhythm is definitely different. Because you have to let go when you press, when you hold. And letting go is a different thing altogether. So we're now going to do some combat. So Silver, again, if I have the shock bracelet, most of my combat would be stunning enemies with that and then just picking them up and letting them go.
Gotcha.
Instead, because we don't have that, I have to stun enemies directly. But the most annoying part are these birds. These birds kind of just go everywhere. But if I press something into them while they're stunned, they will just despawn, as you saw there. Awesome. So I pick up these worms and use them essentially as battering rams.
Perfect.
And then finish the stage like that.
There you go. And now you're done.
Yeah, so those birds, normally if you try to stun slap them and pick them up, because there's no real easy way to attack them. The only way they get vulnerable is if they attack you and then fail, they'll get into the stun state.
Gotcha.
Sometimes they're very high.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sometimes they're very high.
Yeah.
Let's complete each other's sentences. Let's do it like Mad Libs.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to repeat it back.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just trying to say, like, because they're so high sometimes, the collision of the worm itself registers as collision, and when they're in collision and stunned, they will despawn.
Gotcha.
So basically, we kind of have two giant pillars that we just kind of push into them and they die.
Perfect.
Which is really funny, honestly, because that's not what we used to do before. And I was like, does this work? And it did work. I'm like, oh god. Because it is an oh god moment. We are approaching.
But hey, works.
Yeah, it works. It's really funny too. Speaking of funny, we have another funny moment. This is the other required mission that you can't normally skip or has no method of skipping in Silver's story. This is protect Anna. She knows the secret. It's important because she does know the secret. What's the secret? Old men. But you didn't think about that. Bishops in Kingdom Valley that will give you access to Kingdom Valley. That's the secret.
Oh.
So I just divulged Anna's secret. I hope Anna doesn't feel bad. I feel sort of bad. I want to mention a trick I haven't mentioned yet, actually.
Please, let's go out.
So Silver has this the normal teleport dash, as you can see. And it does really a lot. But if you press it within 2 frames of each other, you'll do something called a teleslide. This is actually technically the fastest way to move around if you pause buffer it, because you can pause buffer it like this. And it allows you to... It's really quick because it's the teleport dash momentum, but then put into your walking speed. And it dissipates as normal walking speed would.
Gotcha.
It's a lot easier to input than the ETD or SETD. And you can do it on flat ground, but it's actually like pretty easy to do on like inclines. On inclines, it happens automatically, in fact.
I'm sorry, I love how you like talk to one dude and it has to load for another 10 seconds.
Because it loads the entire hub world, which it's going to be interesting. We're going to talk about that in the glitch
But it's
glitch
doing
world
that
tour.
like 3 times in a row.
I know. We're going to push Anna away from the bench. If she gets stuck on that bench, by the way, you waste 2 seconds. So I have to push her away from that bench. It worked. We're good. And now what we're going to do... So you remember how the mission is called Protect Anna, right?
Yes.
We're not going to do that. We're going to directly threaten Anna, in fact, because we are going to scare her to make her go faster. So the enemies spawn in here, and they have a draw distance. If they're so we have a draw distance in 06, and it's actually different between the PS3 and 360 version. What I failed to mention earlier in Amy's mission is that it's actually faster on PS3. On PS3, it's faster because the way that draw distance works explodes 2 boxes that will put spikes down on those 4 white robots we had to individually knock out. Okay. Which saves about 5 seconds. Awesome. And that doesn't happen on 360. This trick works on both 360 and PS3, in fact. And originally, it was thought to be only PS3, which was originally we just ran to the end and waited for Anna. But this is significantly faster. So about 12 seconds, 30 seconds in, when I know that she's close enough to the thing to not be scared away from it, I will then spawn some enemies in. She'll run faster, as you saw there. We'll see it again. We're going to do it twice. I'm going to wait until about 28 seconds and then do it again. Or 27 more so. I'm going to get some rings just in case. I don't want to die. She's going to be here again. Get scared again. There we go. And so Anna is just going to walk to the end of the stage. As soon as she gets to the end, we're done. So we have a whole, like, 50 seconds here where we just normally mess about in the out-of-bounds area. So there's a few traditions here, actually.
That's awesome. So you don't have to help her at all. You just make her go so fast that the enemies don't hit her and she's fine.
And then she just runs to the end. Yep.
So funny.
Anyways, so we have our first tradition here. Can we get it? Can we get it on GDQ? Come on. Come on. Yeah!
You're trying to call him!
Barrel Captain! Come on, Barrel Captain. Yeah! Okay, I'm happy about that. And then we have Bob McFloaty. He floats.
Oh, weird.
And the stage is over.
Why? Oh, and it's done.
He's displaced, I think, is the issue.
Oh, I love it. What a game. What a game we are watching.
Keep note of Bob McFloaty, actually. I forgot that we're going to see him again. In his natural habitat.
Right.
That's gonna come up later. I'm giving so many cues to the rest of this. So we actually only have 2 more stages and then a boss left. And those are pretty simple stuff in that regard, but there is a difference here. So before when we used RTA as a base method, a trick called trial skip was by far the fastest way to complete this. RTA, it is the fastest way to get through this section. And
this is the one with the load time difference.
Yes. So
Okay.
I will show off both trial skip and what we normally do now.
Okay. Also, for those watching, just a quick reminder that once we're done with Silver Story, that's only half of the show because there was a whole host of other like really weird, interesting glitches through like different levels, like different stories, hub world stuff, all kinds of stuff that Focus is going to be showing off. So if you want to see other characters or other weird things happen, like let's load this thing in this area when you're not supposed to, like that's the other half of the show. So it is absolutely not going to be over once Silver Story's done.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to show you an unused mission, in fact.
Okay.
So it's normally at this point, you're supposed to do these 3 missions here on this pillar, on this little like alcove area. You're supposed to talk to him, then talk to him, then talk to him. This is what I mean by the secret is old men. I mean, look at him. He looks pretty old. Anyhow, that was the secret that Anna told us. But instead of doing any of that, I'm going to manipulate the levitation extensions here. So remember, the levitation extension is holding the hover and then letting go, pressing X on the last frame of animation. So you can see when I move forward faster and the action gauge refills, I've done it properly. If I do it too late, which I'm actually trying to, but I'm just doing it, which is unfortunate. I'm too good at this trick. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna do it up this collision, and if the collision is, as I usually call it advantageous, it means that it'll push Silver forward up the wall. And remember, holding X refills the action gauge, which allows us to hover even more. So that increased speed, plus the fact that it regains the action gauge, is what allows us to go up this geometry in the first place. And so I know the geometry by heart. The visuals are deceiving. It is not as it looks. So the geometry is something you have to get a feel for. So it's advantageous again here, and this is what we call wall 1. There are 3 walls. And so I'm just lightly tapping A to stay my action gauge so it's not using too much. Because if I just held, it'd be like, Silver flaps like a bird. We can't get around the fact. Someone drew that afterwards, and I now, like, after my GDQ run in 2020. And I just actually became, like, really good friends with them. They're a great artist. So we're gonna get up here, and we're gonna just... Every single one of these walls has like a top ceiling, and if you try to do an LE into a ceiling, you're just gonna bounce down. So you want to like be at just the right height that your LE pushes you just to right before the ceiling, so that you get that nice little like curve up, down, up, down, up, down, and slowly scaling it like a ladder. Okay. It's kind of insane because again, every single LE is 1 frame window. Every one. You just sort of, it's easier than you think though, because it's sort of like doing 2 inputs in succession. I hold X as soon as I feel the A button lift up, and it usually gives me the LE. I use a claw grip. So now we're on the second wall.
LE again stands for?
Levitation extension.
Oh, right. Okay, levitation extension. Right. Thank you.
So this second wall seems high enough by hover. You think we can get to the top of the thing right now. Because once again, they didn't put a check-in for the missions to be complete before activating the mirror. So the mirror is active right now. If I fly to it and get to it, it will work.
Gotcha.
This wall is just barely too low. If this wall was slightly higher, which the geometry around us unfortunately means we can't get anywhere, that pillar over there, slightly too low. If it was just a bit lower, slightly too high. If it was just a bit lower, we could use that to get over, and this would be faster loadless as well. The reason why this trick is infamous is because the fact that we have to get to the 3rd wall from here in order to actually get enough height to get to the tower right there. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to be concentrating for a little bit.
No worries.
I'm going to get a full action gauge. I'm going to try to hit the top of this corner. I want to be as high as possible getting into wall 3. I'm going to lightly tap, and I can recenter my camera. I haven't mentioned the camera mechanics yet, but the O6 actually has a pretty decent camera. There is a recenter button that is LT on 360, and I think RT or R2 on PS3. They swapped those for some reason. And actually, that's super useful for certain tricks and just aligning yourself in general, I find. So I'm going to lightly tap to get over to this wall. This is by far the steepest one. Like, by a long shot, the steepest one. As you can see, I'm barely getting up when I do the LE. So I'm having to do about, like, 10 of these in a row in order to maintain my position and action gauge. And so I'm going to get a full gauge here.
Here you go.
And then we go up. So this wall is at like a diagonal. So there's like a parallelogram shape, imagining coming from like the top, you can see there's this sort of triangle point in the middle on the left of the screen. That's where like one of them go like towards the right, and then to have a parallelogram towards this sort of straight line on the right. That's sort of what the surface of this is. You need to kind of like slowly get up, climb up in like a diagonal fashion. If you're going too far to the left, you're going to fall down, and you'll have disadvantageous geometry. It's going to push you down if you hover against it. But if you go too far to the right, you're going to hit the ceiling of this wall. You're going to hit the very top of it, and you can't go further. If you try to do LEs there, you're actually going to get pushed down slightly, and you might fall into the disadvantageous space. So doing this is like a precarious balance of like knowing where things are and getting to like stop. So I stop here and do a second set of refills.
Gotcha. And this is still the old strat.
Yes, but I mean, this is still faster RTA, and I would do this still in marathons.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because it's faster RTA, and marathons operate RTA. So.
Yeah, that's fair.
And also, it's a really impressive trick. I mean,
yeah, it takes so much, going off so many walls.
So many inputs that you have to just nail, and apparently the best thing for me to do usually is just talk about it while I do it, and it's fine. It's like a test. Don't talk in tests. It's not like a test. It's not like the trial at all. So the third refill here is a little bit tricky because I can sense that I'm close to the left, but you want to be high enough so that we're not even getting to the tower directly from here, which is really funny. We're getting to a pillar. So I have our full gauge. We're gonna try to get as high as possible while still having some action gauge, which is like right, I think here. And then I'm gonna hover over to this pillar, using LEs to sort of recover some action gauge as I can. Getting over to this pillar. Oh, I almost lost it there. Getting a full thing there, and it's pretty easy once you get to this pillar. Just hover over.
Oh my gosh.
That's
like a zigzag
skip.
all the way. It seems really stressful.
There's a reason why I'm the only person who does it, and why loadless was thought of in the first place. That saves 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 30 seconds RTA.
Oh my gosh.
But it loses time loadless, which shows you how long the loads are.
So weird. Yeah, the loads are so long.
Yeah, and that third wall in particular is the hardest wall of all. The second and first walls are comparatively very easy. The second wall is really generous. It's like one curved surface on the right, which means you can just push up to there. But we're not going to do that anyhow. Boom. So now I'm going to just show you what we actually do in loadless now, and what people would do if they don't do trial skip, which is the missions themselves. Okay. And this is what you do in loadless now for runs in loadless, because with the new timing method, it's faster because of literally, I think one of these missions, from the end of one mission to the start, from the end of one mission to the end of the next mission, RTA, it's 90 seconds. In-game time or loadless time, 28.
Oh my god.
What? A minute of loads right there and then. Wow. So the test of friendship, we do get to see Blaze again. So what do you think friendship involves, Kung Fu? I'm just going to ask a very open-ended question.
In real life, I think it's being there for each other, having fun, positive experiences together, supporting each other, etc. In this game, I you know what? I have a feeling that's not going to be the case.
We have Blaze in a cage, and we need to destroy a bunch of enemies to unlock the cage to show our friendship. But instead of doing that, I'm going to put a box up next to it. Going to make sure it's like solidly there, and then I'm going to just do that.
Warp into it and give her a big hug.
That's it. Go. So the reason why that works, that box exploit works, is that it's different. I'm kind of doing a teleslide, but literally you set up your own corner to clip in, and just doing a teleport dash, because the box itself is the container, as in the cage that Blaze is in, is so thin.
Looks like I'm
that doing a teleport dash is actually enough to break through it if you have the right angle set up. Which means you can finish that in like 13 seconds, as we did.
Yeah, which is hilarious.
Normally doing that combat takes like a minute 20.
Okay, so yeah, that does save quite a bit of time.
It does avoid the S rank though. So if you're doing like all gold medals, which requires all S ranks in every single stage and mission,
a lot of these you'll have to do more.
You have to do. Well, we still actually do the box clip. I will actually show that, I think, when we get to the glitch fest, because it shows something really interesting about score attacking in general. So
Sure.
Another thing to look forward to. Also, we are definitely hitting 4 hours. I'm just saying right now. This mission is the reason why it's faster RTA to do trial skip, but slower loadless. The answers are always right, left. Touch the portal,
right, okay.
You finish. But there's a load screen between every one of those.
Which is why it's so hard, yeah.
It's 3 seconds in game time, it says, for the mission. But there's a load screen between every one.
Oh my gosh.
Honestly, if the tested memory wasn't here, trial skip might not even be faster RTA.
Yeah.
This is the one mission where it's like 28 seconds playtime, 90 seconds RTA.
So that's so wild. Man, loads in this game. That is one of the issues people will have for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I just think it's funny. So yeah, the last mission is actually we get to see more silver combat, which is the test of heart. It's weird, we call them trials skip, but they're called tests in game, but they're also referred to as the trials in game. They're collectively the trials, but individually they're tests. I mean, the first mission in Sonic's story has a typo in it. If you've ever seen the first mission in Sonic's story, it's called The Winder of a Shoemaker. The original Japanese says it's translated into wonder. They literally mistyped I as O as I. I literally thought, what's a winder? I think everyone has thought, what's a winder? What does that
funny.
mean?
I never thought about that.
Is it a thing a shoemaker uses? Because that's what I thought it was. I thought it was just what a shoemaker uses. But nope, that's mistyped wonder. That's a fun fact.
Alright,
so the trial of heart, or the test of heart, basically is how we use ammo from other enemies. Because it's all about the premise of the trial of heart is essentially you are going to defeat a bunch of enemies. You have no other objects around them but what the enemies give you. So you need to know how to use enemy bullets very well.
Gotcha.
We have picked up 3 from the original one, and we try to kill the original set. We hope they shoot more than 4, so we can get the next set really quickly. We then go to here. We want to stun the yellow one and throw it immediately. The yellow one is what's called a leader. And 06 has leaders for certain groups of enemies. Defeating the leader will give you a point bonus, as you see right there on the right, which says radical, and it actually only says radical. But fun fact, in the game's code, there were other things like for double, triple, artistic, which what is that? I don't know how something could be artistically score attacked, but
yeah, exactly.
They also have the different ones for the other languages, so you get to see fantastical. I love that personally. So we're gonna pick up the bullets here from full sets from each of these, and we're gonna try to shoot the heads rather than the legs, because if we shoot the legs, it's just gonna stun them. That's gonna waste ammunition. Shoot both of these before they can bring out any other enemies, and then aim for the white robots since they take 1 hit. At this point now, we are basically left with just a few enemies to destroy. These, the ones that are these big sort of golems, they will automatically die if you throw at them their last move that they throw at you.
Oh, I see.
But that's a little bit hard to guarantee. Sometimes you just have to wait for them to lose both of theirs and then stun them, pick them up, throw them. So you have 2 ways of really interacting and defeating enemies. You have either, as you mentioned, stun them up, pick them up, throw them, or let go. And throwing other things at enemies. So there's sort of a combination of both that you want to use to sort of route that out methodically. You get as low as 45 seconds if everything goes well with like the patterns you get. But it's a pretty simple combat mission, in all honesty. The first half, you just sort of know how to use the bullets you get and effectively to try to shorten everything else. And now we can finally ride the eagle, because that's what we wanted.
Yeah.
This is what
Definitely
normally
knew
you're
that was
supposed to
gonna
do. Yeah, there's eagles in 06.
And that's how you get into this level otherwise.
That's
And-
normally the way, yeah.
Yeah, and it seems so long, and it's just because of the loads.
Yeah, it's kind of...
The
it's
last
kind of,
fight, I guess.
yeah, it's really, really something, huh?
Yeah, that's so...
It's a difference
that's
of 2 minutes. Yeah.
wild.
Anyhow.
We have one stage left in a boss or two still?
Two. The missions don't count as stages.
Oh, right. Okay.
Are there any questions in chat, by the way? Anything you guys want to ask or wonder about?
Chat's been really awesome at helping each other answer questions already. Like, somebody was wondering about RTA and somebody was wondering about like different stuff. But there's a lot
Cool.
of
Yeah, neat. I'm
a lot
just
of good
making
answers
sure.
here.
Making sure for people, just because, this is going to be on the test. I am
Yeah.
your 06 professor, and unfortunately, I will have a degree in this by the time I finish.
Yeah.
So we're going to get into the next major trick, the last major trick in Silver Story that's really of any importance, and that is
Okay.
called telethrow. Or sorry, I get my tele stuff mixed up all the time. Telelaunch.
Till launch. Okay.
So telelaunch is a combination. I'm just going to show it off first, and then I'll explain it.
I should have realized. Eggman.
We're going to telefling first. Oh, okay, try that again. Destroy these enemies so they don't mess with me. I'm not throwing it. I need to throw it so that... Okay, sorry. This is a little bit finicky sometimes.
Whoa.
This is the end of the stage, by the way. I'm going
Whoa.
to pause and start over and explain what we're doing here. So telelaunch is really
Where'd you just
flashy. And you can see it gets you some vertical speed really fast. But I'm going to explain it using other objects just because they're a little bit more easy to see the effects of. So I'm going to telethrow up to here. You can't just telethrow to the end, by the way, unfortunately, because there's a death plane there. Which is why we need the... Oh, my objects are gone. Improvise. I can improvise.
Oh, wow, that was fast.
Yeah, we normally go... Okay. You. Don't die. Don't explode. No, do not explode. So, when you telefling an object, so what we were talking about before, where you come fly on it by picking it up from afar,
Yeah.
you can still throw the object. Oh. So you can see I can ride on it, and at that point I can still throw it. So let me do it on this rock again, just for the heck of it. So there's two things happening here. During the telefling, I threw the object and then lifted it up normally. Mm-hmm. It's perpetually in its thrown state here. So it's gonna, if I fail and fall off midway through, so if I do that and fail to lift afterwards, it's now permanently stuck in this like glowing state. It's an it's going to follow around Silver, but it's actually not an object I can throw anymore. It thinks it's already been thrown.
Okay.
And it just constantly has that property of being thrown. If I lift it up in that state, it's going to skyrocket because thrown objects have a different momentum property.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So that's what we're basically doing. We're basically forcing the game to like keep a thrown property by teleflinging and then throwing during the telefling and then lifting the object up in that state. It will skyrocket because thrown objects have increased momentum in the direction that they are thrown, but in our case, lifted. So that amounts to us getting a telefling and then trying to, it's like so they actually set it up. You want to put Silver around this part of the rock so that his feet are just off, like his right foot is just off. Jump, hold RT, and then you want to do a quarter circle down right. You want to delay a throw. You want to turn and then wait a little bit to throw, because every part of this animation takes up time.
Okay.
You want to wait to throw to press X, and then hold RT right after you press X. If done right,
Go way up.
and we finish the stage by just hovering over, in this case. So that is telelaunch.
Awesome.
Hard to do because I mentioned before, teleflinging on anything that's not a spear can't do for long.
Yeah. But you
So-
get super high.
you can get super high if you can stay on the object in the telefling for long enough.
Okay.
That rock in that specific property and place we do it has enough time, like enough of a time window, like 1.5 seconds for us to do all those inputs.
Yeah, for sure.
Otherwise, it would be like very difficult to near impossible.
Gotcha.
Spheres.
Also, it's like there's no ceiling death plane that you have to worry about in that level, it seems like.
If you go high enough, yeah. But you have to go really high. You have to despawn.
I was like, yeah, it doesn't seem to be at least an issue.
You have to despawn the skybox.
Yeah.
At that point in the stage. There's no death plane above there. There are death planes above other parts. Which is why I have to get enough height to get over that, like, or no, it's a side death plane, honestly.
Gotcha.
I couldn't just clip right through, because the ending is right there, but if I clip right through, I'd hit a death plane and then I would die. So, now that we've gotten, you know, that's really the last trick that's in Silver Story to really explain. So all the rest of the stuff will be applications, but that doesn't mean the applications aren't interesting. I'm going to talk about Sonic Skip. So normally you would destroy those enemies there, and then you'd swap to Sonic. Let me try this, though. This is a little bit tough. I'm not gonna lie. This trick is yet another run killer, and we still do it because it uses telethrow. Oh, come on, Box, don't die. Box, I believe in you. Yes, I believed. So that is just pure. That is just pure luck.
Okay, so the box has been flung and is still there.
You have to just hope the Havoc physics engine works for you. There are other setups. There's one using a ring to try to push it up in the right direction. I find that to be too inconsistent for my regards. Usually, if you just throw it and get it over there, and then ETD, it won't despawn and it will stay in bounds. Hopefully. So the next part is we're going to push it against this wall, and we're going to slightly adjust the box to get telethrow off of it. This is basically what we do for the last two stages as a whole. It is this point where we just basically sort of like lightly adjust, going slightly steeper, point by point, you know, until we get something that works.
Wow. So there's some really like fine tuning that sometimes you need to do here.
Yeah, and I just messed it up, unfortunately. Let me try one more time. I was too busy like, oh, am I gonna get it? And then I got it, and I was like, oh, let me not react. So that's exactly what we do. We're threading a needle there to get it into the window, and then we're going to do some telethrows to get from here to the end of the stage.
Okay.
Skipping Sonic entirely. If I get this, I will. Well, I basically am. This is my last shot, isn't it? Because I have no lives. If I get this, I will show off what we do in Sonic another time, or I could just link a video what happens with Sonic. We use his gems to skip through a bunch of the stage and skip Silver and finish the stage of Sonic. It's slower because going with the purple gem, which is this one that makes Sonic tiny and jump infinitely. Don't know why that's what it does, but that's what purple does. So the Havoc physics engine is a very fun physics engine because I don't know why this happens, but it just sort of, like, it's like the box has a mind of its own sometimes.
Yeah. Like trying to get in the right spot.
So I'm just going to slowly adjust. Okay. Couldn't, let's see. I mean, I have enough time, I think. I can just try it again. I did save before, so we don't have to do the missions again. So, I'm just going to go right through and do everything.
Should be a lot quicker.
Yeah, hopefully. I'll just do telethrow and then hopefully SETD off of it. You can see the difference, though, between SETDing and not there. Because it's a difference of getting like something as low as 11 seconds versus 27.
Yeah.
It is, in fact, faster if you fail. It technically is still faster, like just from an expected value sort of stance, I guess, to just try for the with SETD if you fail it the first time. Because it will be 22 seconds in total with a reset, as opposed to like 27.
Okay, gotcha. I mean, and these times, I mean, these like really small amounts of time are really adding up, especially when you're at the top of the leaderboard where you are.
And you remove the load times.
And removing the load times. Yeah, absolutely.
So it's very important, in fact, which is why, yeah, this trick's a really cool one, though. I do like the fact that we can go from the start of this one to the end just like this.
Yeah, I know. But I know that launch specifically is awesome because that's like one of the tallest, most like kind of wild launches that you kind of see in this game.
Do you know that we can telethrow off of that once you get into the air? You can
believe
telelaunch.
it.
You can telelaunch, stop it by lifting it, and then move around the object and telethrow. It's great.
I believe it.
You telefling into telelaunch to telethrow. Telestuff is great.
Yeah.
Let me just try Sonic Skip again, just because it's a cool trick. It's just an application of telethrow, really, but it is what I say when I mean it's hard to master telethrow.
Right.
No, get down. Okay, I see you.
There it is. Woo.
People say the companion cube is like the best box in video games. I want to put this one out, just out there in the world. Just say that this one deserves a little bit of a raise. You should make like a
Sonic Silver's box.
The gun box, I guess.
Gun box, yeah.
This is that frame I was referring to earlier when it's too steep, but you can still walk on it.
Okay.
So this is like the closest you can get to like it's like you're right near the steepest you can possibly be.
Mm-hmm. Like super.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Still the too steep. Well, maybe now. No, still is okay. Because sometimes if it does that, it like resets the position for some reason. To something that's actually better. This should work.
Okay.
No.
That's like so.
It's so precise. Yeah. This setup is. There are easier setups than this in other stages. Wow. I thought I was actually adjusting it, but apparently I might not be. It's like seemingly stuck on something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was stuck on one of his axes. That's weird.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
That's never happened before. Okay. So.
That looks better.
No, I messed up. Is the issue? Okay.
We saw how it worked before, so we know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it. It needs to be steep enough. The thing is, it has to be quite steep.
Right.
I would normally set this up a bit faster, but I'm actually just trying for precision at this point because I want to show off the trick. Come on now. Oh, come on. Okay, I'm gonna get this. We're gonna get this, everyone. So buckle up. We're gonna get Sonic Skip because it's a really neat trick to show. So you'll see what happens there if I don't get it. It will despawn and it will just respawn right here.
Okay, so then you can just get it right back.
Yeah. Well, usually. It can fly out a window occasionally. It actually went into that window if you saw that. It went into that window but then fell back, so thank you.
Right.
Yeah, box setting up is like, the box is like an 06 staple. Everyone loves the box.
Oh.
Okay, there we go.
Yay!
So now I'm adjusting upright here to get over this invisible wall. And now I'm facing right, but I'm still holding towards the left. And you can see that castle there? That's the end of the stage.
Nice.
So this is just an application of telethrow, but as you can see, it's difficult. And I failed the SCTD, which actually wastes time, but still I can just hover over and still make it.
So why didn't you go like more directly to the castle? Is there a death plane?
I just can't. I have to get enough height to get over the, it would throw me down and I would hit the invisible wall that's there. There's no death plane, at least one that you'd hit normally. But if you go to...
There's an invisible wall around what, those edges, those like pillars out the edge of the castle?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
There's an invisible wall from the outside in. And also, if you just go too far to the... Remember that if you still need to keep height, so throwing directly right, facing directly right, would actually make you like start off level and then lose height. You need to maintain height. So you can't actually curve immediately that far, which means this is the best case scenario. But if I got an SCTD at the end, I would be able to actually reach from there to here in one go. I just didn't get that. But now we're at the end of the stage, and we just do combat to finish. And the good news is that voids the S rank, which we normally get in this stage. A little bit laggy, but...
So you're trying to avoid the S rank again?
Yeah, because it's faster to avoid it.
Right. Gotcha.
And normally you'd have to destroy like those sets of enemies there that give you like 1,500 points.
Yeah.
And that would be enough here in this case to give you the S rank.
Okay.
that avoids that, and there you go. That is silver. So that's Sonic skip. So we don't see Sonic at all. But honestly, most of the time, this is where my runs die. It's a very difficult trick, to be honest, and it's still being optimized as we speak. We're trying to get easier setups, trying to get more consistent positioning, trying to figure out exactly how to, like, if it might be possible from the first tower, the one we're already at, stuff like that. That's still being looked into.
It's just it's really cool seeing all these. I mean, it's like, this is just one of the many examples of games that are, 16 plus years old that have a community that's active enough where they're like, what else can we do? What else can we work with? This game has a lot of tools and different things that we've been able to take advantage of or work with so far. So, like, what's next?
Using a ring capsule to do telethrow is next.
Oh, yeah.
So I got a spent ring capsule, and it gives me a perfect way to adjust this box to be done just like before.
I could see that. That was like the perfect angle.
Yep, exactly. And I can't get my SCTDs, man. They're not doing too great right now. But again, it's like midnight, so I don't blame myself.
And that's fine. We're at I assume we're almost at the end of the level?
Yeah, well, the end of the first section.
Oh, first section.
So there's a death plane to my left there and somewhere else. Like, the lava itself is a death plane.
Okay.
You need to be very careful of that. Go around it, like doing LEs like I do. Hit the top of this and then hold up left. Oh, didn't get it. If you do that, you're actually able to break out of the automation and then hover over to here early.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Cocoa Puffs are a menace here.
Oh.
If you get hit here by these random things that fall, you will die.
Yes.
They're random. Well, they're based on your spawn-in position, but effectively they're random. As Silver, at least, I can hover. If you do that as Sonic or Shadow, you're dead. You're just dead. The second section actually involves yet another, the exact same setup. We're gonna have a box, and we're gonna have a spent ring capsule, and allow us to skip a lot of the stage. But before then, I want to try to show off what we used to do, which was a trick called Kerfuffle.
Oh yeah, you mentioned this earlier.
So Kerfuffle is a funny one. I'm gonna double tap a dash. I'm gonna double tap twice to do 2 teleport dashes to get my action gauge down to 70. The action gauge has a rating out of 100. Each teleport dash is 15. Lifting objects will work until 20. So if you have 20 or less, you cannot lift an object for more than like a frame.
Oh, interesting.
So the reason why we do 2 is to get this down to exactly 50 usable, which for some reason, if positioned well enough on this specific box, can get us a really weird thing. We'll basically use the physics engine to hopefully help us get into the air really high, and then hover to the end.
Okay. Whoa!
That's actually not high enough. This would kill me.
What?
But I can get into this area at least. But my goal was to get into that area to the right. That's the final area. Has huge kill planes. So you need to get very high.
You have to be really careful.
That's Kerfuffle. It's really funny because it just rotates. For some reason, those conditions altogether sometimes causes the box to rotate in such a way that if you hold a stun slap, you're going to be constantly juggled underneath the box and stay on it as it does this really weird rotation up.
So odd that it only does it in certain areas.
It only does it you could do the same thing and it would still result in different ways sometimes. It's
so strange.
It's just the collision there and the way the box works. But that's not what we do, actually.
Okay, so now what?
We're going to do another telethrow in much the same way as the one we just saw in the first section. There's this capsule right here. This one's a little harder because you're kind of in the dark. So I'm trying to get
see it as well.
I'm trying to get this facing exactly the way I need it. That should be good. If a little bit to the right more than I'd like. Actually, no, this should be perfect. I'm aiming for. So there's a ceiling here. This ceiling has holes in it. One of those holes is right here.
Perfect.
That'll get us through here. And we can't get to the very end because there's this stage in particular has a lot of death planes. Oh my gosh. I thought I would get hit by an invisible wall by that point. But I can still recover.
Wow, that was impressive. Okay.
There's the box. Hi. And that was basically allowed us to telethrow from that section internally all the way to this.
Okay, awesome.
This is what we like to call the massive puff. So this is the power of Iblis. It's going to attack us, and so we're going to hover, and we're going to damage boost. It's going to attack us. We have rings, 21 in fact. Which means we should get this. I'm not going to do teleslides, because it's much less risky to doing teleslides here. So pause buffering with the A button. And then ETDing through, and that skips the entirety of that section.
Oh my gosh, you don't have to worry about it.
And there you go, a very solid flame core to finish off the main stages of Silver Story.
That's awesome.
you kind of learn everything in the beginning, and then it's sort of just you see the applications of it through the run, and I think that's very well what we've seen here with the evolution of Silver Story here. It's really fun to just see how many ways you can use telethrow, and how many ways you can then chain it into ETDs or teleslides or stuff like that. And it's very cool, honestly. So.
Yeah.
The last thing we have left is a boss that's entirely determined by RNG, because that's what we wanted.
Yeah, that's the best way to end any run, right?
A run like this, which has all this tech, you know what? You could just put in so much skill, and then Iblis doesn't give you the Cocoa Puffs you want, and then you're just like, well, I guess I have to reset.
And that's it, yeah. It's the same thing. I'm just thinking Kirby 64 has super duper RNG final boss for any percent.
Yeah, so this boss... Oh my gosh. Okay, I got 2 hits. We use Cocoa Puffs as damage units. So there's 32.
Is it because they're hitting the ones surrounding him?
Yeah. So the one that failed did that.
Gotcha.
But the real RNG is this. He's throwing them at us, and we just have to hope that we pick them up and they don't explode. They exploded.
Okay.
So I mentioned before that you throw objects in the order you pick them up. Yeah, that's really apparent here, but you can't control it really. Not at least in human terms. Okay. That's a better batch of Cocoa Puffs if I've ever seen one.
Nice.
That was good.
Very
Okay,
nice.
so getting 4 hits from luck means I'm definitely in the 220 range.
Nice. Very nice.
So 220 is like the barely acceptable time you can get. The best, if I get 3 more from luck here, 3 more hits, I could get the Cocoa Puffs, but they could still explode or die or not hit at all. I usually do that twirl around so that they can hit more. This is gonna be a 150 actually.
Yeah, you got 4 from that.
Yeah, this is gonna be good.
Wow.
Very good, in fact.
And this is the final fight.
Yes.
Time is at the end of this run for this.
When the boss freezes. Yep. Actually, wait. This is close to the stuff, as we call it. So the stuff is getting 13 hits from luck, which has been done in 1 run before.
Okay.
It skips getting that many hits. Skips the second wave cycle.
Oh wow.
I actually just got the amount where it's like this wastes more time, actually. But you need to get like I think I got 11 total, which is like really good luck.
Yeah,
We call it the stuff because he's just sort of walking and he's already here, which means that we've wasted time.
Okay.
So like he has a pace of walking dependent on his health bar, and that pace of walking will also influence whether or not you get 1 cycle or 2 cycles of that wave stuff.
Oh, okay.
Getting exactly enough hits to destroy him, to get the stuff, as we call it, because it really is just that. Because there's one friend of mine, Otonishi, who is a runner in Sonic 06. Back in 2015, he got that luck in the middle of the run and popped off so hard that he just said, "That is the stuff!"
Oh,
like that.
Okay, that makes more sense now.
And that's why we call it the stuff, because it's like honestly, it was a religious experience watching it. Because it's like one of those things you have to watch if you're an 06 runner. It's like one of those moments that was so huge because it was before Trial Skip was found.
Yeah.
In fact, Trial Skip was found out of spite for that happening. For the best luck ever.
Wow.
So now we've face palmed him, as I like to say.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick up a puff that's gonna fall from off here. Normally can't pick it up. It normally would fall. Done.
There you go. And that would be time.
That is an X. That's the best RNG you could reasonably get. I was 3 hits off of the stuff for reference, and if I got the stuff at GDQ, that would have been great.
So close.
So yeah, Iblis 3 is basically just RNG. You have to. I twirl around to try to get the puffs more the puffs circulated. That sounds really weird, but circulate your puffs, everyone. Because that way you can try to hope that they won't explode on each other that way better.
Yes.
And also, generally it opens things up if you do that twirl around and sort of do it like that. But it's really hard to guarantee anything with Iblis 3. Iblis 3 is just sort of, it's like playing the jackpot at the end of a very skill-heavy run. Which is kind of, yeah. That's Silver Story, everyone.
That was, Silver Story. Yes, GG for that. But guess what? We are only halfway through the show. This is definitely going to be one of our longer episodes because there is a lot to show and talk about in this game.
For sure.
Now, while we're kind of letting this play, I'm going to say a couple of things, and then we need to take a quick wellness break. It's already been 2 hours. We need to get up, stretch.
I definitely need to stretch, yes.
Let Focus maybe get some water, anything like that he needs.
Rest my throat. That's like the most important part, I think.
I know, right? Exactly. So this was really, really awesome. If you enjoyed watching this, like definitely stick around because we have all kinds of other glitches that Focus is going to be showing us. I'm really excited to see them. They're going to be in different categories for different. It's
the Glitch World Tour, as we're going to call it.
Yes, Glitch World Tour. Yeah. So I just want to remind you all. Hey, we just had Frost Fatal. It was awesome. We raised over $130,000 for Malala Fund, which is fantastic.
Absolutely.
Amazing runs on there. All these like women doing all these awesome speed runs and running the event, and I loved being a part of it. So if you enjoyed that, later this month there's going to be a Frame Fatale Game of the Month celebration, and that's starting March 26th because this is Women's History Month. So that'll be really, really cool. And for those watching on YouTube, you can always go to our live streams on twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick. We have all our live content starting weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. Obviously, this show starts at 10 p.m. Eastern after Awesome Silly, which is awesome. More awesome content. All of it's awesome. I love all the showrunners. They're amazing. Super great content. Wonderful hosts, and it's great. And then I'll talk about tomorrow's stuff a little later on, but thanks for hanging out so far. And remember, it is not over. We are only halfway through. So please stick around, grab some water, come back, sit down, and get ready for some more glitchy stuff.
Late night glitching. We're going to glitch in the late night, and it's going to be great. I should also just mention really quickly.
All right. Say thank you to Focus, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Absolutely.
All right, and we are back with more That's Never Happened Before. Hey, if you're just joining, hi, I'm Kungfufruitcup. You can call me Fu. What's up? I am here with Focus Sight, who has been showing off some of the awesome glitches. We just got to see Silver Story in Sonic 06, so Sonic the Hedgehog from 2006. Now, if you missed the Silver Story run, oh my gosh, you need to go back and see it. It was awesome. There was so much to explain, so much going on. This game is very broken, and because it's super broken, we can see a lot more happening now. As you can see, already happening on the screen.
I was specifically told to do this by our tech at the moment, just for you to come back into this.
Oh, it's perfect.
This is a well-known trick. It doesn't have any advantage in the speedrun, but it is very funny.
Cool. Okay, so as we are already getting in things, whenever you're ready, you can reset, do whatever, just do a countdown so we have more. We have more stuff to watch, and we'll get into this whole glitch showcase. I'm so excited.
Alrighty, so we can just begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I don't know where I'm going, but we're going. So I want to talk. We're going to be starting with a little bit more silver. I've already explained the tricks we're going to use here, so I'm not really going to talk about the tricks themselves. I'm going to talk about the mechanics in the game. I'm going to bring them up still.
Yeah, I would do just a basic explain like I'm 5 version of how they work as you're doing them, just for people who are joining us.
A shorthand version, more so.
Sure, that'd be great.
Spark notes, if you will.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just talk a little bit about score attacking within Sonic 06 to begin with. So 06 is more than just the plain no credits warp or any percent category. So I will show off what credits warp is. There's a reason why what I did was just called no credits warp, because there is a way in every single story, except last story, to actually skip from midway or even early in the game to the end of the game, technically, for that category. The odd thing about it is that it actually doesn't register the flags for completion of the story to unlock last story. So all stories is literally just no credits warp of every story. You can't use credits warp once or else you can't get last story. So any percent is really...
These are like the true any percents, right? Would be the credits warps.
Well, the any percents would be the true credits warp because in each individual story, but not as the game as a whole.
Right, exactly. Okay.
So the any percent, we refer to it as that, and we refer to no credits warp as... no credits warp is usually the main category in every single story.
Sure. And so we'll see the run be cut about half? Did you say?
Fourth?
Into a fourth? Okay, you said it's about halfway through. Okay.
No. Well, it's either in the middle in some stories, like Shadow's story. It's like Shadow's story, you have like 10 minutes left before you finish no credits warp. You do credits warp then. Sonic, you do it 14 minutes into what would normally be about an hour-long run.
Oh, wow.
Silver,
okay, gotcha.
Silver, the RTA world record is less than 10 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right, I'm ready to see it.
We do it right after Blaze Wave Ocean. But awesome. I'll come back to that when we get to Hub World stuff.
Okay.
Because I want to show that then. What I want to talk about now is all gold medals as a category. So all gold medals is, as it sounds, we have these things called gold medals. They're equivalent to emblems in the Sonic Adventure games. They are unlocked from doing certain things, notably completing the stage, completing with an S rank, completing the hard mode, and completing the hard mode with an S rank, and then also getting all 10 silver medals in the stages. This is where it's really interesting. Both trying to achieve everything in one go results in some really amazing routing and some really fun tricks. We don't use telethrow as much, for instance, in all gold medals in the late game. When we get teleport dashing in for like aquatic base and other things, we actually still use ETDs a lot, SETDs, which are extended teleport dashes or super extended teleport dashes. They're a way to go really fast to silver and preserve the teleport dash speed for much longer. And telethrowing involves objects, so it's reliant upon objects, but it's a very quick way to get through stages by throwing objects as you are on them at a steep angle, and that allows you to sort of chain telethrows to actually get through the stage really quickly. I think Algo Metals has a better mix of the two. You sort of use both in different ways. Because you have to go through the stage to get the silver medals. You can't just skip over all of it. And you also have to get an S rank, which is different in each one. So I want to start off by going to Radical Train Silver Hard. Because I think it's the best indicator of what the score attack system in 06 is like.
In hard mode, you mean?
Yeah, I'm doing it in hard mode because it shows... Hard mode has no real... Hard mode is just really... Sometimes they change certain point values. Sometimes they change the layout. Usually they add more enemies.
Gotcha.
So there are 3 aspects to score attacking. The first is your raw score. You see at the top left, it is just done by whatever you get from in the game. 60, 280 from there. We broke a lot of the little things here, which are worth a lot. So that's raw score, and it's added to your total verbatim. The second part is rings. So rings give you 10 points when you catch them, or when you collect them. And if you bring the rings to the end of the stage, they will give you an additional 100 points in what's called the ring bonus. So for some stages, like Radical Train Hard here, you need to get the S rank by getting some rings, because the enemies take too long to kill, but they would add to your regular score, for instance. The final aspect of all this is something called time bonus. So time bonus is a set value. So every time bonus is a fixed value for the stage and difficulty and character you have. And it ticks down from that full value by 40 points per second, if I remember correctly.
So it starts at a max and it goes down.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So in this stage in Radical Train Hard, to get the S rank in all gold medals, because there are no silver medals in the hard mode stages. Silver medals are exclusive to the normal stages. So the hard mode is really just get the S rank. So to get the S rank here, we would, again, shovel. I feel like I should probably play Shovel Knight at some point, having, gone through this, but I've never have, and it's upsetting. There we go.
What, with the shovel?
I should have played Shovel Knight at some point, because I think I'd be pretty good at it.
Yeah.
So we throw ourselves all the way over there, and we get a 20 ring capsule, a 5 ring capsule, and then we're going to go down here and get some more rings. And at this point, I should be good to get the S rank. The S rank is usually 50,000 points in a stage. I have 35 rings. I got 350 points from it. And I now have a time bonus and a ring bonus. So the time bonus is going to give you that much. The ring bonus is that much. That will add to 50k, but just barely. So that guarantees you an S rank if you go fast enough and get enough rings. And just barely.
Awesome. Do you have it calculated for every single stage?
I kind of have a route for each stage, roughly. And there's a document showing the time bonus for each of them, too. So I can sort of roughly adjust what I need. I'm going to do the same as Tropical Jungle Hard here, mainly because it has something that's really funny to telethrow off of. You think telethrowing, you'd be like, you know, oh, you have a round surface, or you have something that has an obvious edge, right? What if I told you we can telethrow off of what looks like a flat platform?
Ooh, okay, I'm excited to see that.
So Tropical Jungle Hard here starts off with a longer holding lily pad. For some reason, you have to hold this like twice as long as you would on normal to get up here. And then you do the same box setup. If I get this first try, I can continue on this route. There's a backup route that does something slightly different in case you do not get this first try because you need to for time bonus. Get over here. You're gonna want to defeat this enemy. It's a leader. It's going to destroy these two. You get the points from them as well. You can see we got 2,000 something. 10 rings is all we need. I need to then push this up. It looks flat. It has this edge here that is perfect telethrow angle. I call this plat strats.
I mean, it's perfect. You jump right in.
And that will barely give me an S rank. Watch.
Oh my gosh. Awesome.
I have gotten exactly 50k in a run before. Note, if I had 2 less rings, I would have only had 20 points there. If I had 1 less if I took 3 more seconds there, I would have gotten an A rank.
Oh, wow. 3 seconds more. That's that's like really specific.
It's very tight, but that's what I really like all gold medals because it was sort of like the Wild West for a while of 06 where people hadn't really routed it very much. I actually have done the 180 gold medals run and I have world record for that. It's 7 hours, 49 minutes, of which 2.5 hours are load times for reference, which is actually a blessing in disguise considering it gives me a break. Like genuinely, I need that break. If it was constant, I would not be able to finish that run.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So score attacking like that is really important. Certain stages are what we call automatic S ranks. You may have noticed them when we did the previous run. Dusty Desert is an automatic S rank in Silver Story. You go so fast that the time bonus itself fulfills the S rank. In most missions, the S rank is actually 30k. Some of them have variable ones because of they're usually like, oh, this is a defeat a bunch of enemies, so we're gonna make it 60k or something.
Oh,
but the weird thing is, Wave Ocean Blaze in the story mode should be a 50k stage because it's an extra stage, but it's treated as a mission, so you will always S rank. Despite the fact that you may not S rank in practice here. If you get like a 49-second time here, you will A rank, but you won't A rank in the story because the story mode is incorrectly set on 360 at least to recognize that as a mission. I remember a good friend of mine, Critical Sid, who you've seen you've seen him at HDQ for Sonic Colors and for Sonic Heroes. He was like, why am I getting, you guys can avoid the S rank here, I think. And we actually discovered that is the reason why we can't avoid the S rank in the story mode. Very strange.
so funny.
So, I want to show off now what it's like to do an all gold medals run on the same stage as each of the 3 hedgehogs. So I'm going to do Dusty Desert because I'm kind of rusty and I feel like Dusty. So we're going to start off with Sonic because we haven't seen Sonic yet. And Sonic is by far, it's really interesting because I'm going to show you first what we normally do in the speedrun, just to get through this stage as fast as possible.
Oh, are we holding the girl?
Yeah, we're holding Elise, and the power of their love allows us to go on retextured water.
No!
Look, it sucks, I know, but this also is, it's a different gameplay style from Sonic as a whole. Sonic as a whole has a lot of gems and different tech-based things. Go watch a Sonic story run after this. It is really incredible, especially if you're watching something by Nick. He's a really good dude. So we just rope launch here, same thing as we did in Blaze Wave Ocean. We can do that unbuffered, even, as Sonic there. and get the right angle, we launch ourselves over to here. We get around. For some reason, the enemy, when it reaches out, doesn't do anything. This is just the speed run right now. This is what we do in a normal Sonic story run. So you can see it's a pretty direct path. We go through certain things. We skip a lot of stuff. But with all gold medals, we kind of have a new path to go through all this, which is really cool. Wait, why am sorry, my brain was like, I talked all gold medals and then I actually did the wrong thing. That actually didn't waste that much time. I get hit here to avoid the S rank, because you're going to pick up a lot of rings here. I honestly mixed up the two, and I did the all gold medals route as soon as I said all gold medals. I was like, wait, no.
Oh, that's funny. Okay.
You're supposed to just go forward and then do that. And that's the normal route for the stage as a whole as a speedrun. That's what you get. You avoid the S rank, you get a B rank. We need an S rank in all gold medals.
Okay.
We absolutely need it. So what we do instead is we have to do two things.
You drop Elise.
In very hard mode you do, which is DLC, by the way. If you didn't know, 06 has DLC.
No.
06 has DLC for every single Hedgehog in the very hard mode stages. It has a boss attack for each of the Hedgehogs, and has something called Team Attack Amigo, which is a seven level plus one boss stage consisting of Tails, Blaze, and Omega. And it has some really funny tricks in it as well. We're not going to get to see it tonight, but do watch a Team Attack Amigo run. The IL is incredible. It involves a lot of AFCs as Blaze, for instance. So, as Indusky does it here as Sonic, what we're going to do is we're going to have to collect all 10 silver medals, and I have a specific route for that, while also making sure we maintain score enough to get an S rank. In this case, it's all based on rings, because the rings are really the main source of points in this section. You can get like 122 and guarantee 12,000 points that way.
Would you say in most normal Sonic levels, that's like one of the big things?
Yes, because Mach speeds.
Yeah.
So, for instance, Crisis City with the infamous Mach speed it has there, you can actually just restart and get 300-something rings in that section and still get an S rank.
That's awesome.
So, imagine the people who, like me, who've ring attacked it before, though, trying not to get hit after getting 800 or 600-something rings in the sections before. It's pain. Fortunately, we don't have to be that perfect, which is good. Resetting, by the way, so some things with restarting. If I collect a silver medal, it will be collected, even if I restart. If I hit start over, it's going to be collected still. And that means I can use resetting as a certain method in certain points. As a way to adjust things. The second silver medal is over here, so I'm just going to go around like that. We're making our new route through the stage, which I think is really cool. It's one of my favorite things about all gold medals runs.
Yeah.
It feels like something new. So we're just going through this section to get another silver medal. This is, I think we called this art jump, which is kind of a funny way because it just uses a statue, but I don't know why we called it art jump. So we're gonna, Mom. So yeah, Sonic doesn't have a spin dash or some normal abilities while he's holding Elise, but he does have this. There you go.
Oh, that's and there's the other silver.
So that avoids having to do a bunch of chain of enemies there. That will take longer. We then go back into the stage, like backwards slightly to get this silver medal. And then we homing attack a lot to get up around here. There are 10 in total in each stage, so that's 5, I think. Homing attacking here and then doing that breaks the speed cap. So by breaking the speed cap, I mean, oh, that's the gravity doing that.
Oh.
So gravity, well, let me just, there we go. That gets me some rings. So the gravity in this game is really strange at times. Okay, the ring routes are already very strange as well. So we're gonna see that later. Oh my God, let me restart this.
Yeah.
This is a mess. Actually, I need to quit because I don't pick up the silver medals again, so that's fine. I'm just explaining some stuff here. You want to make sure to get enough rings in most stages, which means you have to get through without taking damage.
Okay.
If you take damage, you drop 20 rings. If you have more than 20, it's still going to be 20. If you have less than 20, you'll drop the amount you have. So if I have more than 20, I will drop exactly 20. And you can pick those up still and get 20 rings to get a ring point bonus, but you usually have more than 20 when you're going through a stage, and usually it's quite helpful for stuff. As we saw in Radical Train Silver Hard, that's a essential point to getting the 35,000 points you need that aren't given by the time bonus.
Okay.
Big enemies are another point of good, like, point satisfaction. Some enemies give different amounts. Some enemies give nothing at all, like those ones. At least I think they don't give any because they are chains. If an enemy is just supposed to be a homing attack chain and they respawn, they won't actually give any points. Any respawning enemies give no points.
Well, if you homing attack all of them, they still don't give you any?
Nope. If they are a respawning chain. If they're not a respawning chain, then they give you something.
Oh, weird. Yeah, I don't think that's the case in like SA2.
Yeah, SA2, they give you a point bonus for chaining things together. That doesn't happen in 06.
Gotcha.
06 gives you those point bonuses if you kill a leader or if you destroy enough enemies at once.
Gotcha. Oh.
I lost my rings, but it's okay.
Really doesn't want to give you that toy.
No. Oh my. So this is going great. I'm actually. What? I can't jump here? That's.
Looks like you're like below the stage now.
No. But I am dead, so.
Why are you dead? It's so weird. Yeah, that looks like a death mine. Like it looks like sinks. Like.
It should normally sync. I'm gonna do this again.
So weird.
That's never happened before. I mean, legitimately, I've never had that happen before, and that annoyed me.
It's my show.
It is. It's a great show. Subscribe to Games Done Quick to get more of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go through. I already did art jump, so as you can see, the thing's already collected. I got the rings back I needed. I can just go from here pretty much to back to where I was. So that's the other good thing about all gold medals. Some routing is pretty like generous, but other routings, if you mess up and have to restart, you have to restart the whole stage over again.
Yeah.
So it's a good like basis of both. So the annoying part about those ones is that, I'm going. The annoying part about that specific wall is just where the silver metal's placed is not easy to get to without actually getting hit by the enemies, which will then knock you off the wall. So to be safe here, I'm going to destroy an enemy up here. Only way I can do that is by using the same move there. Okay. That destroys enemies, actually, so...
Oh, nice.
Go down here. 20 rings. 20 rings. Hit there, and I get the silver medal that way, as you saw. You heard it. You can hear it. There's an indication, at least audio-wise, for it, which is good. Imagine if there wasn't, that would be pain.
Yeah.
And then I can go around through here, and then go up as I would normally.
This is for an S rank?
For an S rank and collecting all the silver medals.
Oh, right. Okay, right. Okay.
I have enough rings.
Do you have to get the medals for the S rank?
No, you don't. I destroy all these things. They give us 200 points each, and there we go. That should be all the S rank. That should be all the silver medals and an S rank. Yeah, there you go.
Nice. Okay.
Eventually, we got it in the end. It's a bit rough right now, but you know. Well, we should get 2 gold medals here. I hope I didn't miss a silver medal. Yeah, there you go. 10 silver medals on the stage. That's right. So awesome. That's an example of a really fun stage in Sonic's story to do all gold medals in. I think that's a really fun route because it involves a lot of... It goes to the stage so differently than we do in the speedrun strat. In the normal, like, any percent stroke, no credits warp strat. So you can already see we're, like, sort of manipulating the game in a very different way here. Mm-hmm. And it continues on with Shadow. Dusty Does is actually Shadow's last stage. So Shadow is really interesting. Shadow doesn't have a spin dash in this game. So his fastest way of maneuvering mostly is through his homing attack. His homing attack has some really interesting properties about it. But before then, I have to talk about vehicles, which is unfortunate. He has this. This is called the hovercraft. And
he has a few different ones.
Yeah, but he also has... This one makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sand, but apparently it's sand you can fall through because it's free textured water. That's all the sand is in this game. So I'm gonna do something called flip and clip. If I hover by double tapping at the right angle here and then ram into the wall, there you go. I have no sparkles, it's just dust you can see, or like just like steam. that means I've successfully done it. I can then get over here and I can pause clip. So if you press A and pause at the same time, that will buffer a homing attack on the first frame after lifting off the ground. As Shadow, that will actually make you, his homing attack is such that will actually convert into ground speed. Sonic's, it doesn't. Just because of the way the homing attacks work. They're very different. So Shadow is like, you do something like this, for instance. Pause buffered a homing attack to get it into the speed of the dash panel, and the dash panel just multiplies speed that it puts in. That was really fast, and so it just went, whoa.
Way faster.
There's actually a artificial like speed limit on the stick of the control stick. If you actually hold the control stick in some places, you will actually go slower than it actually should take you, or can take you.
So sometimes you want to let go while it
Yes.
like makes you go, oh, okay. Cool,
in the mock speeds, that's the main strategy we would do. Anyways, first medal is right here. And actually, there's something called M speed. If you're familiar with Sonic Unleashed, it's a very similar thing. There's a very small area where you can still have control, but it won't register as like hitting the speed cap. So you could technically have a small maneuverability with above the speed cap speed.
I love you'd be like, I'm just gonna go through the store really quick.
Yeah, you're gonna see that you're gonna see that a lot.
Yeah.
It's like, I wish it's like the disappearing GIF where it's just like, oh, I'm out.
I believe it though, like.
So we're gonna clip through here again. Just, again, all you need is the right angle, so I need to face towards the door. There you go. Normally you're supposed to play as Omega in this section, but we're not going to. We're actually gonna get all of Omega's medals as Shadow. We're gonna see a clone of Shadow right there. We're gonna come back to him later. Clip through here. We're gonna skip all the way over to this later part of Omega section. Get a silver medal here. These springs.
You out of bounds.
Yeah, and then back in bounds much later.
Right.
As you can see, it still thinks we're Omega. That line is being read by Omega right now. Fun fact, voice of Meowth from the Pokemon anime.
Did not know that. That's awesome. Hello?
It was apparently one of her least favorite roles.
Oh.
Less awesome. Also, this ring trail's weird. Watch. I'm over here now.
Why?
So the ring, it's just misaligned because it didn't expect Shadow to be in here. So the actual, like the rings themselves and the beacons where the light dash registers are different. They're like misplaced by a little bit. And I'm gonna go through the funniest way to die in this section because now we're just gonna die. There you go. That you can just walk up that pillar. It's just walkable ground for some reason.
Walk up and over and then
Die.
you fall to your death.
But remember, if you die, you still maintain the silver medals you picked up, which is all we need to do in that section. So we're gonna go through here. I'm gonna clip through here. Apparently I found this clip, but I can't even remember finding this clip. So they call it focus clip, but I'm like, I don't know if I did that. Watch this.
Move on.
What's
Very
happening?
cool. Shadow, if you do that in the cutscene, mid-cutscene, it waits for the dialogue to finish before it actually does any action.
Oh, that's funny.
So
Okay.
it's just a funny little thing. So we're gonna go over here. That's another silver medal. Get over here. Get another silver medal over here. I'm going to avoid all checkpoints from now on. For the reason I want to do a thing on the results screen. I mentioned before results breakout, which you get at the very start of Silver Story, is a result of swapping characters and not hitting checkpoints to rectify it. So we've swapped from Shadow to Shadow, and that registers as a different Shadow. So result skip will occur so long as I do not hit another checkpoint.
Oh, okay.
And on the results screen,
the same thing we did earlier. Yeah.
Right on the results screen, I'm going to show something else if I can get it. But the result skip here is a little bit finicky, so we'll see. I got the last silver medal there. That's all 10. So I'm just going to go around through here. That you're supposed to normally jump, homing attack those and jump like in a little fashion there, but you can just, the homing attack is so long. Is Shadow?
Yeah. Go under it.
Okay, got it. So
What did you just do?
results breakout. I'm going to wait a little bit.
Wait, why did you go out of bounds and then back in right at the end?
Text box. Event text box skips the results screen.
Oh, right.
So that just skipped the results screen. We just skipped all of it. In fact,
So strange.
you can actually skip. I didn't get an S rank there. No, I already got an S rank before. That's why I didn't show the silver medal. No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't get an S rank. Whatever. I should have done a bit more score. I should have gotten like a few more enemies. That's my fault.
Okay.
It's okay. I show the silver medals, which is that's the most fascinating part of that routing. I love the silver medals in Dusty Desert Shadow. And if you thought Dusty Desert Shadow had some interesting silver medal routing, look at silvers.
I'm ready.
So in all gold medals as silver, we just do what we did in the story, in No Credits Warp. Because that's an automatic S rank, and when silver, like, his skill set at that point in the game is just, you have to use teleport to go fast at all, otherwise you're kind of just hovering around everywhere. So it's actually faster to return to the stage after you get the teleport dash, and just get the silver medals then. It's faster by about a minute or two, in fact.
Whoa.
Even with the loads. So
Okay.
we're gonna do that, and it's my favorite
wild.
routing in the game. So we're gonna do the out of bounds clip here. We're gonna push it like the pot like this, and then we're gonna do an SETD to here. First one in the game. That's normally supposed to be a pillar with a bunch of balls in there to get into the next. Like there's a billiards puzzle. The balls don't spawn in if you don't actually enter that room, and you don't have to wait for them to actually kill all the enemies to get into that door. Just do like that.
Awesome.
And then we clip through again to go back into the main area after the billiard puzzle. So we don't have to deal with that at all.
Okay. There's
So we're
a
now
lot of
here.
time.
Only 11 seconds to get the first silver medal. Now we're gonna do the second silver medal. It's over here. I'm gonna try to go for a trick shot. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Sick. I had to hit this from afar
Oh, that was
to
nice.
get that. And you have to avoid the one in front of it as well. So I did it as I turned, and that usually works, and it did. I'm really glad about that. It's like it's like getting a three-pointer in basketball. It just feels good. What doesn't feel good is my lack of SETDing. There we go. We're not going to clip through this wall, then get onto an edge just outside of the bounds.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And then we're going to do the water skipping on the sand to get over to here.
Oh, because you said it's just retextured water. Well, that means not all the sand is retextured water. Some of it you just walk on, but...
Yeah, the sand room sand is different. Anyways,
So
this is Amy's section now. I just picked up one of her silver medals, and I'm going to do an SCTD that will get me perfectly aligned on this out of bounds, like little square out of bounds.
Okay.
And if I do another SCTD right after that, I'm going to skip a lot of the stage.
Can you... as you're doing that, can you re-explain SETD for the audience real quick in case they just joined?
Super extended teleport dash. So the extended teleport dash is this trick, where I go for it because I store this move, the teleport dash, in my stun slap by pressing it on the last frame of animation. And it allows me to go really fast. I skipped something called the shock. I skipped something called the shock bracelet that then allows me to hold X instead of just press it. And that is the SETD, or super extended teleport dash.
Cool. Perfect.
Allows me to do something like that.
Oh. Wow. Okay. A lot of skipping.
Yeah, really cool, because you're going through the stage kind of normally. Kind of. We're in Amy's section now, and we're gonna hopefully... I've messed up this clip every time I've tried it. Okay, no, perfect.
Nice. Wow.
Over to here.
Just having enough speed because of the...
Yep. because of the SCTD, yeah.
So funny.
Literally, I'm now in Silver's section later in the stage, and I just did that within one room. Okay. I want to get one of these guys, and I want to just throw it like that, so I push that out of the way and get through there. And then I want to get through here. There we go. This is by far, I think, my favorite part of all gold medals. This was one of the most fun routes to get because, unlike an aquatic base, they just put the death planes here in a giant box outside of it. There's no internal death planes. So there's a death plane above you, a death plane below you, just a general death plane. And a death plane to the very far right, death plane to the very far left, and all other, three-dimensional boundaries. It's just, they just encased it in a box. And so you can... Yeah, so you could just clip through all this without worrying about death planes in between.
Yeah, and go from area to area in the level, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, which is why it's great. It's my favorite. It's my favorite all gold medals, like just showing of the stuff.
Yeah, because you can really just jump around. That's super cool.
And we can just clip through here. 9th one there. This is the ball puzzle. The infamous one, we're not going to do it because we don't have to. The teleport dash is fast enough to clip through with the ETD. You can see there is definitely a rhythm to it, and if you get that rhythm, it becomes a lot easier. I know it's a one-frame window, but it's not as scary as that might sound. And there you go. That is that's getting all the silver medals here. You already would have gotten the S rank, but you also get the S rank here.
Oh, nice. Yeah, because
You would have already gotten the S rank before when you did the really fast method we showed earlier.
Look, I think anytime you skip Amy sections, you're saving so much time to get an S rank.
Yeah. That's actually reasonably what it is. Did I mention Amy can turn invisible?
No, I forgot that.
She can turn invisible by holding X, and it's not useful, really, because it's interesting.
Wow.
So yeah, that is really a look into all gold medals and sort of the aspect of doing some stuff with score attacking and with other things as well. But I do want to show off something really quick that's related to score attacking or related to all gold medals, and gets us through into the next major section of the game, which is about missions and hub world. I think what we'll do is I will show off what is called Silver's Medal Adventure.
Okay.
That's confusing, I know. It's silver, like, possessive. But it also involves collecting a bunch of silver medals.
Oh, okay.
So you could also call it Silver's Silver Medal Adventure.
Silver's Silver Medal Adventure, okay.
But we just call it Silver's Medal Adventure. I don't know why.
Also, with all the stuff you just showed off, that's just like a taste of all of the things that you can see in
all gold medals.
Like there's just so much more to expand on that, but we don't have time to show that all off today.
Absolutely. I am more than happy to maybe link in the chat after this is done my 180 gold medals run.
There you go. Point it out.
Yeah, because it's a tour de force. Let me just tell you that.
Yeah.
Especially when you're the only one commentating.
Yes.
You can see 6 hours in, the energy just wisp away, and then as soon as I get a glass of water, it revitalizes me.
Nice, because you have enough time during some loads.
Actually, my dad gave me a glass of water.
Oh, perfect. That's good. Yeah, that's good to have like a buddy system. Something that long.
All right, so let's show this off, and I think we're gonna take another break before we get into the last bit of Glitch Fest that I want to talk about.
Oh my gosh, it's almost been another hour.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Ow! Oh, this is wild.
I get to show. Cool. You saw that was all within the same. Those were all within the same sets, by the way, with Dusty Desert.
I know.
The stages are all like interconnected, so you can go to Shadow section as silver in one thing, and you go to in Sonic section you go to silver section in another, and so it's just all sort of within the same thing. It's also why it takes a while to load, because it loads the entirety of that.
All of that for
every
everybody.
time.
Gotcha.
So I'm gonna go over here. Yeah. I kind of like it though, because again, it just gives me a break. It's the best time to talk with chat. So over here, we're gonna go ahead and go back to this man is going to be a very important man for the rest of the stream. This is Porta. He is who he is. Look at him, just to observe.
Lovely.
Yes. Hey bro, sorry, but there won't be any boats leaving from here today. Today is the Solion and Water Target Tournament. It's an annual tournament with a 1,500-year history. The rules are simple. Smash all the targets within the time limit. It's simple, but deep. Sure. So I guess I'll just do this mission to start off with, the Solion and Water Target Tournament. This is Break the Targets, like in Smash Brothers, but with silver. That's not even a joke, that's what it is. They just have a bunch of... Not Italy can suspend targets with magic in midair, and yet there's still a crisis about their princess. Go about that way you will. It's just how it works. The government of Solion is not something you want to spend too much time on, but
I don't think it's the best way to go about it. It's all right. Look, I have my own personal feelings.
If you're a monarchical society in this year, what are you doing? What are you doing, Soliana? Come on now.
No, I have my own feelings about Elise, and so it's fine. I definitely don't.
I don't. You know, it's the original voice of Meg from Family Guy, right?
No, I don't care who voices this character.
Yeah, I mean, you get it. But anyways, yeah, this is Break the Targets. This is literally just Break the Targets. And we use apples, which, by the way, look out, Apple fans.
Yeah.
There's gonna be more apples. There's gonna be more apples. So I'm gonna hold X here. So this is the reverse of the frame input we do, because holding X on this guarantees it first frame and it holds it after. That breaks out of talking. So I'm no longer talking with Porta. This is simple as literally don't press X before the load screen, press X after the load screen. And you're just holding it and doing that. So I can talk to Porta and finish the mission, but I don't want to do that.
Okay.
In every single story in the hub world, specifically in Soliana Castle Town, there are 20 silver medals per each story, so a total of 60 in Soliana Castle Town alone. There are also 5 in the Forest hub world and 5 in New City, the Jazzy hub world. For some reason, breaking out of this specific mission gives us the silver medals for not just Silver Story all in one place, but Sonic Story and Shadow Story as well, and they're all collectible as silver. And they register for that story. So in the 150 gold medals run, you get the gold medal for getting all of Sonic's hub world medals as silver.
Okay.
So I'm just going to show the route we normally do. I don't pick up all the silver medals because some of these would have already been picked up, like that one up there to the left would have already been picked up before we started this mission.
Okay.
So some of these, that is one from, I think, Shadows. This is one from also Shadows. I can't remember exactly which is from which, though, to be fair.
So weird. Okay.
Shadows, that one Shadows. There's a dog. What? Bark. Come on, thank you. He barked. That
barked.
one's Sonic's.
Let's imagine that you pet him.
Yeah, that was petting. That was definitely petting.
Definitely a pet.
I'm gonna get this one over here. I mean, what else can Silver do? He can only slap, throw, and lie. So I don't really know what else we can really do with Silver. So yeah, we're getting the silver medals that I normally get in the route over here. It's not all the silver medals that you get in the story because I deliberately leave one in Shadow's story for us to skip the gold medals, a la what we just did in Dusty Desert. If we wait a little bit on the results screen, it will look like it crashes, but then it will actually fade out away from the gold medal animations, and then it will actually save us time. It will save us like 20 seconds.
Oh wow. Okay.
Because it will skip 4 gold medals at once, which is 5.5 seconds each.
Okay.
I'm trying to do an SDTD over here. Come on. There we go. Get over
You
here.
didn't want that one in the air?
That one we would have already gotten in the Silver Story.
Oh, okay.
Again, this is a different file that doesn't have all the silver medals collected that I normally would. So I'm only getting the ones that we'd normally get in the route here. This is called, again, Silver's Medal Adventure because it is... I think the music, by the way, is amazing for this section. It's just it's the comedic one, so it goes boom 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 boom.
So goofy.
And then it just works the entire way. It kind of is a fitting. It's a fitting theme. I think it's the slow theme. There's like 4 different themes. One of them sounds like Flashman from Mega Man 2. Which is the one people already know.
I'll just see you just run around. It looks so random, but you can tell you know exactly where you're going.
Yeah. You can see that this is multiple in one place, because one of these is Sonic, one of these is Sonic's.
Right.
I think one of these is Sonic's, one of these is Shadow's.
So funny.
There's in fact one where you're obviously going to see that they've loaded in all 3 in one place, and I don't know why. I think it might be because this is a test area. A lot of the hub world statuses are really weird. This is, by the way, these NPCs are copycats. If I talk to them, the last thing that was said in this hub world will actually activate. In our case, that'll be the start of the mission. So if I talk to this lady, it will start the mission over again, but have the same time. So I still have the same like time limit and everything. We're going to see that later as well when I get into the mission stuff. We're going to see that we can repeat stuff, actually, quite often. So one of these, this one here is Sonic's, the one that's closest. This one here is Shadow's. He has a slightly longer homing attack. This has to be hovered to, it's Silver's. All in that one space right here. So really interesting how they've just sort of did this.
All
but they also still count for the individual stories. That's the most surprising part. You think that it may just overflow Silver's, but no. It registers as counting it for each of the stories, which is, I mean, really convenient.
Yeah,
At least,
super useful so that you don't have to, you can like do it all at once.
Yeah, in the 180 gold medals specifically.
Right.
You wouldn't do this for any other one because it just wouldn't make sense to do so.
This is only specifically used for all gold medals.
180 gold medals.
Yeah.
That's, or if you want to, all gold medals, all stories.
Yes. Okay.
So all gold medals is a specific individual category in each story. So there's silver all gold medals, that's all the gold medals as silver. There is Sonic all gold medals, that's all the gold medals as Sonic.
Right.
and so on and so forth. The one for all stories is just called 180 gold medals because that's the equivalent thing. Also, this is 3. You can see this is 3. They're all in the same spot, but you can collect them all at once here. They literally left this one is always in the same spot altogether for all
That's
3
amazing.
stories. So you can collect all 3.
Perfect.
You'd only collect 2 there, by the way. You'd already get that one in silver earlier on when you're going, because there's also missions spread throughout in the hub worlds. So there's literally routing for the silver medals you get in between missions and going to a mission and from a mission. All of that is routing.
Makes sense. Yeah,
And it's really fun, honestly, if you get the SCTDs, because if you don't, you're hovering around and feel like a doofus. Like, I just feel like really silly when I don't get it.
Oh, look up here. So neat.
Yeah, it's really cool that they're all just together here and allows us for a really neat routing. I think a lot of people don't even know that you can break out of missions and they have these really weird properties.
Yeah.
Which is what we're gonna end this stream with, I think, which will be
Awesome.
fun.
Yes.
Last silver medal, and then I actually finished the mission. I actually did earlier.
Like, here we are. We did it. We did it.
Bang! There you go. Results screen. All within a mission, by the way. This was all within a mission.
Perfect.
Alrighty. So I think with that, we should probably get another break in, just to allow us to relax a little bit before we get into probably the most broken things that no one has ever seen. I would argue in this.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Unless you're in the 06 community, I don't think these have been widely publicized, and so I'm
feel like
really excited to show.
there was so much more to just like it was just showing off like one thing after another in this last like hour. I would say that there wasn't even as much for me to say. I was just kind of sitting back and enjoying. So if I'm not as talkative, it's just I'm just taking in what's going on, especially because I have like the basic sense. Oh, I know a lot of these mechanics now, which is really cool. If any of you have any questions, right? Yeah. If any of you have any questions about like what he's doing and why at any point, like if you are joining later, feel free to ask when we get back. So we'll just take like another really quick break, in case you need like a few minutes for your brain to kind of be like, what is happening? And then we're gonna have more brain explosions.
Yeah, we're going to all end up in Dreamland. Let's just put it that way.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, hey, and if you all are watching live right now, which is awesome, thank you all for being here. Love having you. Glad that you all seem to be enjoying it. That's what I've noticed in chat, which is amazing. But you can also watch on our YouTube channel. We have all this stuff on our YouTube channel. We have like little bits of highlights, all of our other shows. You can go check out our other content. So like after we're done, again, we have like another hour to go. But after that, if you're like, man, I really want to see some more hotfix content or like more that's never happened before episodes, you can do that. It's super easy. Just youtube.com/gamesandquick. Yeah, you can go check out our content on there. And we will be back in just a few. So excited.
It's going to be good.
Alrighty. All right, everyone, welcome back. This is the last section of That's Never Happened Before for this evening. So wonderful to have you here. Thank you to those who are sticking around. Welcome to anybody who has joined us for our last bit. We have some really cool, I would say, some of the most interesting stuff left. But the rest of it hasn't already been super awesome, very interesting, and very educational. Those who like glitches, this is the perfect show for you. We've been exploring Sonic 06. Started with Silver Story, and then went into some kind of like hub world stuff and like the of medals, like a lot of silver medals things. So now Focus Sight is here, showing us, like breaking it all down for us, because I mean, you know, I played this once casually, but I'm not really like.
I don't blame you for not playing it twice.
Yeah.
Trust
So
me,
I'm here with
I
Focus,
understand.
who is the expert at this, and he's been showing us like all this awesome stuff. So let's do one last countdown for the timer that doesn't matter for the show, and then tell us about what we're gonna see for this last.
In the middle of the setup, I managed to get Blaze of an Infinite Loop here, by the way. I didn't intend for this to happen, it just happened.
Oh, it's
And
perfect.
I thought it was just the perfect setup for when we're going into the Slack section, so.
Yeah. All right, give us the countdown and then let us know what we're doing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so I'm gonna show off some really weird oddities with missions and with the hub world. It is perhaps like we've kind of gone down the 06 iceberg, if you will, this stream. And I'm showing you sort of the different levels there are. We're going to go into the deepest level of this iceberg now. The stuff that I think is really, really fascinating in this game because it shows a lot more than we would have normally. There's a lot behind it that could potentially be like, this game has changed what it actually, the like progression of the story may have changed. The entire structure of the hub worlds may have been different. They had a lot of test things they left in there. It's a lot of it's some unused content with some really like cutting edge manipulations that we still aren't sure if they have a use yet, but they may very well. And I think it's good to demonstrate them to you all because it's sort of like the, if Algo Metals was the Wild West, we're now at the last frontier.
Okay.
Okay,
Awesome.
so we're now doing a mission called the Soliana Apple Festival. So there's a lot of festivals. It's a city. This is probably the funniest mission you do in all of Silver's story. You don't do this normally in No Credits Warp, as you saw, but this is done in all gold medals. He pays you, this guy, Paganini, he pays you to put apples in a barrel. You came from the future to get paid minimum wage to put apples in a barrel. As you can see, the score at the top is the number of apples you get in. It's 100 points per apple. So we have 900. Normally you're supposed to just put as many as you can in until the timer goes out. So that's like the normal end condition here. But we're not gonna end that way. As soon as I get 50 apples in, which is, 5,000 points, I am gonna do something else. I'm gonna just go over here to this other area instead. Try to regroup my apples. There we go, that was a good apple toss.
Yeah, that was good.
This is like the state fair. I love it. Like
How many more do we need? Oh, you're 4,000.
Okay, so we're getting there.
Too close.
A little bit slow, but again, I'm just. Okay, one off. Okay, now we die. Why do we die?
Okay.
So the game, at this point in time, the normal end condition here is for the timer to stop, but there's no difference between the game registering the timer stopping and the game just killing you off. So at this point, we have both gotten the win condition for the mission, which is actually, you need to get at least 50 apples in the barrel to pass. If you get less than that, you would actually fail after 5 minutes of timing out. You need to get at least 50. So we've hit the minimum. And then we kill ourselves. So what the game then does is it resets the timer. And then when you respawn in on the first frame, the game's like, oh, you've hit the win condition. And we've seen that the timer has reset or gone off or something like that. Therefore, you must have completed the mission. You must have waited 5 minutes. But your time will be a 16 milliseconds. because the game has respawned you in after the win condition was met, so it thinks it ends at the second frame. Or no, the first frame, which is 16 milliseconds.
So weird. Okay.
That guarantees an S rank.
Right.
Because the time bonus is so high, it's 42,500. That's the base rate. It goes down by 40 from there.
Right, exactly.
So by losing a life, you actually can beat that 3-4 minutes faster RTA than you could if you had to wait.
Wow.
And it guarantees an S rank. So it's a really
silly.
Really weird thing, isn't it? That it just does that. So that's quite strange.
Okay. Just waiting.
We're not quite done with strange things and missions, though. I'm gonna go over to Sonic's now. I realize also all of these hedgehogs begin with S, so it's really difficult to try to separate them in like acronyms and stuff.
Right.
I think it's SOSHSI that we kind of do in 06 if we have to use shorthand.
Yeah.
But that kind of, no offense, it's kind of bad. So
I mean, it's not the easiest. I don't know.
yeah,
I get it.
There's actually one of the people who ran for Frost Fatales, a good friend of mine, Missed Op. They ran, it ran, what did she run? Dusk? I think it's called Dusk. It's an FPS game based off like Doom.
Okay.
She is incredible, and she called that mission the Polite Apples mission, and therefore the category, the Polite Apples category, because you want your apples to be polite and go into the barrel. She's incredible, good fan of hers, and I just wanted to mention that specifically here because I thought it was funny.
That's what it's called. I love that.
We kind of jokingly call it the Polite Apples mission and the Polite Apples category, all gold medals. Yeah, she's incredible. I'm looking for the next mission, which I think is in the thing here. So you're seeing I'm already using the gems, by the way. So the gems are really interesting because Sonic 06 has a single typo in this part of the code that prevents the bar from draining. It's normally supposed to drain. And the fact is that because of that one typo, it doesn't have the word color in it or something. It's like an aspect of the what's it called? The presentation of it rather than the actual function of it. It doesn't. It makes the entire function not work. Which means I can use these as much as I want. Which means I can spam the blue gem. It gives me a burst of speed. I can go through the stages like anything as fast as possible.
Wow.
Red gem slows down time by half, as you can see from this lovely example.
Nice easy walk.
Yeah, purple gem makes you small and infinitely jump. Again, I don't understand.
What?
That's just what they did. And the sky gem is a gem you can throw, and it will actually force you to whatever it lands by giving you a big speed boost like that.
Oh, it's like an ender pearl.
Yeah, the white gem is a redistributed homing attack that gives you different animations.
So weird.
It's just that, but it can be done to do the frame. It can be done to do the equivalent of Shadow's clips, without having to pause buffer. You can just do like this, and it results in the same clips as Shadow would do.
Oh, like through the doors.
Yeah, because you can't do it as Sonic like that.
Okay.
You have to do it like this. As you can see, it goes on the floor now. So that's the gems. That's some of the gems. That's the gems we use in Sonic's story and in all stories. They're pretty unique and interesting, so.
Yeah.
But instead, we're going to talk to Rosie here, and we're going to get an education about the Legend of the Three Musketeers.
It's
So
totally great.
I'm not gonna do this mission, I think, because I don't want to go for too long in terms of time. But I just want to try to break out of this mission by holding the spin dash, I think is the method we do in Sonic.
Oh, cool.
Nope. What's the method? There's one of two methods for breaking out of missions as Sonic, and not all the time. Sonic is the hardest one to break out of missions with. Sometimes you just hold a certain angle and it like slides instead of talking. You just like slide against an NPC and it's just like, yep, you can't talk to them. Other times you have to hit homing attack backwards, like Shadow does. Shadow can break out using that occasionally. Other missions are different and the way that you break out is different. Silver's is the easiest to break out of. that holding X method works exactly as well every time.
Gotcha.
We're just going through the first section of this one, which is just go through the rings as tails. If you get this right, you can actually get the rings underneath with the NPCs instead. But I didn't get any of the NPCs to help me, so thanks Knuckles and Sonic.
Guys.
This is Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the movie, coming out this in theaters. I don't know when it's coming out. Okay, I'm gonna try to pause buffer back and homing attack, and hopefully that'll break me out. I'm trying to remember now at this point. Yeah, okay. So the ending results screen is already here and spawned in. This is where you normally have the results screen, and you go like, yeah, and then you get the rank or whatever. So all the NPCs are here who would normally be clapping in the background. The shopkeep is there. Galliana is there. As we call them, the old man is here. Ricardo, I think his name is. The weirdest part about this is, though, that Tails and Knuckles are not just objects or like models that you can't interact with. They are swappable and interactable.
Yeah.
They're just character swaps, which is not normal. That's not the... They disappear, by the way, as soon as you go after that. So Tails is gone, Sonic is gone, I'm just Knuckles now.
What?
Very strange thing to put in the outside. So the results screen is right there, and you actually have interactable portions with it. If you do results...
Weird.
If you can do results breakout in the same way and finish playing as Tails or Knuckles when it's not expecting you to. Okay, in Shadows, I'm in the forest. That's not where I want to be.
And for the desert.
So we're gonna head for the desert by being in a forest.
So much we can. There's just so much going on in this game.
I love it. I genuinely love it. So we're gonna go back.
Gotta load again.
I mean, of course. Why wouldn't we?
Yeah, how much was the run time like cut in half when you took out load?
No, about 30% for every
30%. That's still really significant.
I mean, if I'm really upset that Microsoft didn't port this game to Xbox Series X, because if it did, it would be every load screen would be like one arrow.
You think so?
It would be. I don't think so. It would be because we have emulators. So there is an emulator for the 360, which has the same technology as it does there, and it is exactly the same sort of like loading like. It would approximate pretty reasonably what it would be on Series X.
It would actually fix it.
Yeah. Which is really upsetting, honestly, because they'd announced that they're not doing any more. And so it's just like there's no hope.
Any more emulators?
No, they're not. Microsoft is no longer supporting any more backwards compatibility with any other remaining Xbox or Xbox 360 titles.
Oh, that's annoying. So like they won't even do like a...
They've done like 5 different updates, but they've never included a 6.
Okay.
So I'm still running on an original 360. By the way, we're doing this mission out of order. You're supposed to do this part like last. But I do it first because the routing is easier that way. Because the game doesn't actually care about order for some reason in this area.
So weird. Okay.
So there are these discs.
It doesn't matter. You did that part.
That's
already.
the third one, technically, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, shoot. Okay, wait. It doesn't matter that I died, actually. Oh, I know it does matter because it actually just put me to the outside of the thing. I thought I would still be in the mission.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, let's try that again. I'll get a ring this time to be safe. Because this one's really weird. This one's like really, really weird. I mentioned earlier that there are people called copycats in the game.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you did. Right.
So copycats have this really weird tendency to
Say
anything that was said.
Yeah.
So in the case of being in a mission like this with stolen rim light information, the weirdest thing about it is that it will... So that was the text there we have with Agent Parr, which is definitely a name. Agent Parr, not Agent Birdie, not Agent Bogey, Agent Parr. We just need to... He's going to be the last person we've talked to, and so any copycat will just repeat that initial mission text.
Okay. Weird, right? It won't. Will it
It's-
start it over like the other one you were saying?
Yes, that's exactly what it will do. So I can go and just do this mission, which is like 40 seconds. Also, you only need to destroy those 2 blue robots, by the way, to get this disc. As you've heard, if you heard the text, you don't need to destroy any of the other ones. Just need to destroy these 3, and
Okay.
you'll get the disc. They didn't check again to make sure you defeated all the enemies. Just the only ones that are important are these.
The big ones, yeah. See.
And then we
Okay.
finish. I'm now gonna hold back and homing attack. I think that's the method we use for this. I'm pause buffering a homing attack, so I'm holding pause, A, and down. Yep. So over here, which by the way, that's M speed I just used there to try to keep my momentum. This man is actually an unused mission. This NPC was supposed to be here for a mission for Shadow Story, I believe.
How is it? Why is he showing up then?
This is an older version of the Hubble that's being loaded.
Oh,
But he's being
right.
he's being loaded as because he doesn't have any text for him. He's a copycat. If someone doesn't have text, they just store the last thing that anyone said. So
Right.
he's Agent Parner now. Like I said before, Eggman's robots have 3 discs. Get them back, Agent Shadow.
So weird. Okay, so now.
It repeats the mission. It has the same intro thing, but look at the score and time.
Okay, I'm waiting for it to load.
I know, it's fine. We're entertaining.
ready.
We're entertaining enough. It started over again, but with the same points.
But with
that we have
where you
before.
already were.
Yes. That is technically an infinite points exploit.
Oh.
I have
So what does that
gotten
help
up-
with?
It's just a really interesting thing because it actually broke the scoring attack system in this. Because like the best score, it does this mission like I want to say 15 times. I did it 15 times or 13 times or something like that.
Okay.
So I did this mission 13 times and got a score of 135,000. And it can go higher than that, for sure.
Does the game like do anything weird if you get a score that high, or does it just?
It just accepts it. In fact,
Okay.
it accepts rings counts above 999.
So weird.
So I just did the mission twice over. This is
Yeah.
a way to guarantee an S rank if you wanted to, but it takes too much time with loads.
Right.
And I could just talk to him again and it'll be like I just finished the mission once, but I have a score of 23,000. And that
That's so
guarantees
funny.
me like an S rank here. Should.
Perfect.
Should be way above an S rank, right?
Yeah, I'm just making sure that I didn't know if this was one of those missions that had more than 30,000, because some missions have 60,000 or 50,000, because they're all
Oh,
about.
gotcha.
They have a bunch of bonuses, which because of leaders and whatnot. So that's very strange, as you've already told. It's just like, what? Why can you just repeat missions? But that's not all we're gonna get into. I want to show off. I just need to find the right save file for it. Oh, I can actually use the save file we just got.
Oh, perfect.
From the earlier run, because I did the missions. I forgot I did those. I'm so not used to load this. It's been a thing that we've added just in the past month, maybe.
Right.
So it's just like, oh shoot, I do those now.
Yes.
So we have the saved file here. I'm going to show off the score attack method you do in all gold medals for that one mission, the test of friendship. Or at least try to.
Okay.
Because it's a really weird thing in general. Because you can see automatically we get an A rank. The time bonus is not enough. And in fact, this time bonus depletes faster than normal. I think it depletes at 80 points per minute. Or second.
So why does it go down so much so fast?
I think they set that so much because they expect you to do more with like enemies in this
Okay.
one in particular. So sometimes they change the rate, but usually it's 40.
Okay. They're like, oh, you'll destroy so many enemies. That you'll
Yeah,
get enough.
look. Yeah, exactly. But the way we do this is to is to balance time and score. I'm going to try and. Oh, that's not a good start. Well, let's see. Let's see what we can do. I think I can still make this work. I need to get what's called a combo. So I need to wait for a bunch of enemies to spawn near me, or to get close to me. I'm gonna throw this explosive box. Okay. I'm now gonna pick up this explosive box, push it against.
Okay, and then get it done, and you think that should be enough?
I think I'm slightly short, but let's see.
Oh, okay.
Let's see together, everyone. I
It
think
took
I might
a little
be.
too long.
Yes. Oh, yeah, short. Way short. But that's basically the premise of it. You'd want to.
Okay.
The thing is, though, that bonus is dependent on how many points, how many enemies the game registers you hitting at once. It is very fickle. You want to get 26,000 out of that, which means you've killed, I think, 7 enemies at once.
Okay.
But it can be very fickle, and it's just a really weird strategy altogether because it's just like, I'm just gonna have an explosive box here, and I'm gonna hope that it kills enough people at once to actually give me points. But we do that in Test of Friendship, really, to sort of like, it's like a nail biter thing because it goes barely, gives us barely 30k, and it's sort of really interesting like that.
You have to be like really careful with that, or else you're, you know, there goes like a minute, right?
Yeah, you want to get it within like 20 something seconds.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay, so now we're gonna get into Hub World stuff, which is the last and I think the most interesting of the
So
pack.
excited, I'm waiting.
I'm going to first start off by going to continue that saving. Reason for this is I just want to get into Sonic's story immediately.
Okay.
This is done, you can do this from the beginning of the game. And this has been well documented, I think, relatively to the rest of the stuff in the thing. This is probably like the least surprising hub world thing because I think people have seen this before. But there is a beta area, there's a test area that you can access and actually keeps you stuck there in Soliana Castle Town. That takes you to the forest, and it takes you to like a forest, not like a beta version of the forest, but some sort of test version of the forest. So I'm gonna skip Tails.
I'm familiar.
And skip Tails, and we're gonna spin dash clip. Spin dash clipping is just the same thing as before. There are certain things where the geometry, angle, and speed is enough, and that spin dash right there can get you through.
Okay.
Not much more complex than that. You can just try at it at the set of stairs as long as you want. It's not too bad. I'm gonna go over to the what should be the closed Soliana forest door. But if and it has actually a duplicate. It's actually 2 doors. As you can see right here, the pillars are duplicated. There's actually 2. They're like, we don't want anyone to get in here. We're just gonna duplicate it. But the thing is,
You can still get through.
I think you get through initially. I'm trying to remember how to do this. It's been so long. There we go. That's through the first door.
You just do the same thing twice.
I think so. Been a bit.
Got through the first one. You should be able to get through the second. Oh.
I want to see myself. Right. Okay. There we go.
Oh, nice.
So
Oh my god.
go through the right and then the left, and then you should be onto this area of Soliana Forest, which is this.
Oh.
Stop.
Stop.
60. The end. So these are assets from different missions. Also, as you can see, they overlap very weirdly. Like this is over here, but then it's like behind.
But then it goes through it.
It goes
So
through it and
strange.
behind. I think it takes precedence in different layers or something.
Oh my gosh. I love it.
So this is what's called the Sonic's, I think it's called just Weird Forest. It has a bunch of this stuff in the middle, and these are interactable, by the way. These ones, at least. If you try to go, I'm only at the start of the game, so my fastest movement is a spin dash.
We're going. Where are we going?
Try to go to the door to the other areas, completely blocked off. Nothing
Okay.
here. No warp, no door, no nothing. The same is true of the other one. There's no bridge, in fact, to get over there. You're stuck
There's
here.
nothing. Okay. So you're stuck in this area, basically.
Yeah, if you saved here, you'd be stuck, and you could not progress through the game further.
You'd have to reset your game.
You'd have to get a new save file. Yeah,
Wow.
it's just really strange, and it's only the start of really strange hub world stuff.
Yep. Let's keep going. Go.
So I'm gonna switch my profile. Let's go to. We're gonna do 2 things as silver because this is the silver special, but also because I know silver better.
Right.
Yeah, the no forest. I kind of want to call it that now. No forest.
The no forest. I see that in chat.
I like that one, actually. That's good. I'm going to keep that. So I'm going to go to silver. We're going to do two things. I'm first going to show you what is credit swap. So credit swap involves a trick called mission select glitch, which is going to be what we're going to use for the last part of this showcase.
Okay.
So mission select glitch is a pretty simple glitch in principle, but it wasn't found until 2014, and it completely changed 06's categories and everything. We're still at the very precipice of what this sort of stuff can do, because we're still looking into things. I know Gordon is very actively looking into things and gave me some suggestions for to show off here.
Awesome. Props to you.
I'm also tilting the camera down in this area, by the way, because this prevents lag.
Okay.
So this is when we get to this point in the story, so right after, I guess I could just use this as an explainer of mission select glitch and just any percent, because the runs are equivalent up until right after Wave Ocean Blaze. So what I'm doing right here is hovering instead of walking when I can to go faster, and tilting the camera down to avoid lag. So that's holding down on, because that's an inverted stick. Holding down on the camera stick moves it up so that it's like this. It hovers from above. Yeah, Amy just drowned and respawned. It's fine. That's not the first time you're going to see that, so it's fine.
Yeah. They've seen a bit of this earlier.
It's fine. So I'm going to talk over to here. Normally when you talk to someone, you're supposed to talk to them, and then they just give you a yes/no prompt, and you just say it in this text box. So it has to be with here. I'm going to say no. Also, notice that the punctuation there is the Japanese ellipses because it's centered. Oh, okay.
Yeah. ...
Does that a few times, actually.
You have to show how macho you are?
No!
So instead of doing, you're going to go off the edge and die.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
You're going to talk to him and die. It's as simple as that, because he's actually close enough to the water porta for allow us to die while talking. When right before you get to the last text box, you want to hold X as you get into the yes/no text box. So I'm holding X at the moment. I held X as soon as I saw the "it's simple but deep" line.
Right.
And so now I'm going to go over to mission 8.
Are you still holding stuff down or not anymore?
X, still holding X.
You're still holding that. Okay.
I want to do a buffered input.
Okay.
There is a way that you can force 06 to interact with NPCs while also not interacting with text boxes. And it's doing a frame buffered inputs in a similar-ish way to what we did before, but not quite. I'm going to pause here. I'm going to let go of X now, and I'm going to frame buffer by pressing the Xbox guide. That forces the game to pause, and it pauses the next frame. I then hold X when I re-continue. Talking to him, press B to talk with him. B is a button that specifically advances text, but does not interact with the yes/no text box.
Okay. Oh, weird. Interesting. Okay.
So that allows us to enter into a mission while we have the yes/no text box available. Press yes while in this mission. It warps us to the other mission.
Oh,
so now we're back in solely on a water target tournament. I'm then going to pause here and hit quit mission.
Okay. Oh my gosh. And when are we going to go?
I know, the suspense of the load screens really helps.
I know, because this is all the loading. Okay, so we quit right away.
And now we're back into the mission that we originally talked into.
We had just talked. Okay.
But it's going to load in the stuff from Castletown. It's thinking we just got out of Castletown, which actually puts our position well underneath the Soliana Forest Hub road.
Where are we?
We're still in the mission. The timer at the left shows that we're still in the mission. It's still a mission state. So we're going to go into this void and die. Silver will die like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now.
Oh wow, that was really good timing. Okay.
That's the credits. So you might wonder what happened.
Oh, and that's it. Oh my god, and that's the credits. Okay,
so he dies, and then the game wins.
With Lacey Chabert. Oh. Yeah, I know that. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway.
The thing is, why this works is because we have essentially caused an error state in the game. The game never expects you to go from one mission into another.
Okay.
So what happens is we have basically taken, when we enter a mission with a yes/no text box, and this is any mission, by the way. It's just easiest. It's just the fact that story missions, like mission 11, mission 8, ones that don't have the yes/no text box and are just text boxes to enter into, are the only way you can get. You can't use mission select glitch to then get into another mission that has a yes/no text box, because it will just override.
You have to combine a yes or no with a non-yes or no.
Yes, mission.
Gotcha.
So the game basically goes into the first mission, which is the story mission, and it has the setup that we then go into the second mission, which is a yes/no mission. That mission is then set as our point to respond to when we finish the first mission, because the game has not completed the second mission, and then we finish the first mission in some way or shape or form. That could mean dying or completing the mission normally. Either one of the two will work. Just you can't hit quit mission, because then they'll actually just correct it. So you have to hit. Actually, you can't hit quit mission because the pause menu still thinks that you're now back in the hub world.
Yeah.
Because it will just say save quit instead of the normal stuff.
Okay.
That you'd see, which is quit mission, quit game, continue for a mission. The game has some basically error in whether or not you're in a mission or in the hub world, and that forces you. The failsafe in 06 in that regard is to force you to the credits when that happens. So that is why we can access the credits early. And if I save after this, which I'm not going to, because I want to do other stuff in that same hub world, it would act as if I completed the game. I would reload at I'd reload at Solo. I'd reload in the forest right before the trials.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And they would have been completed. I could just go to Kingdom Valley and restart everything.
Oh wow. Okay.
But I would only have the tech. I wouldn't have any of the upgrades actually, but I can go buy them really easily. So that's
right, because you didn't get that far.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting.
Gotcha. Oh my gosh. That's cool. I mean, credits warp is cool. I get why, like, again, a lot of times any fast credits warp,
Maybe I'll talk to
anything like that, like, can be really interesting as a concept. It can be less fun for
the funniest thing is because of Silver's complexity, generally speaking, because this is before ETDs. You don't have to do any ETDs to do Silver any %.
Right. You
Silver any % is actually more RAM than Silver no credits warp.
Yeah,
it's the one
exactly,
exception to the rule.
There's more fun stuff you can do. It's just more interesting.
Yeah. I think it's but we're actually going to talk about something else interesting. Who wants to load this hub world into Dusty Desert? Because I want to try that at least twice. I'm hoping I can get it first try. So we're gonna do some really, really weird stuff here. I'm talking. You thought it was weird before. It's even weirder now. Amy just died. I have to walk around a bit.
So she'll respawn. Okay.
Oh, she did? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't even see that. So thank you.
Welcome.
So she's an NPC, but she's also an Amigo character, which means that if I hit yes here, for some reason that actually interacts with other people. So if I hit yes here, you can see there's the accordion man right there, who is a beloved NPC in 06. I'm going to quit this mission. Using mission select glitch allows us to basically use our amigos as like text storage.
Okay.
So in this regard, we're going to have Amy talking to the accordion man. And what that will do is it will enable us to walk around still while we're still talking to someone. Also, Amy is going to appear behind us right about now. So she's just gonna bend drown her way over here constantly. Don't be afraid.
Oh.
It's just Amy. Don't get jump scared by Amy. It's fine.
Popping in. Okay.
So yeah, she'll get out of this as soon as we do everything. But if we press X, A, or B, it will advance the text.
Okay.
So I'm just quitting it, and I'm gonna do mission select glitch again. I didn't actually fall off. Whoops.
Okay.
This time I'm holding X.
Right.
So I can do the buffered input, because I think I need to do a buffered input in order to get something here, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure if I need to actually, but I would rather play it safe rather than sorry. But because I know it works this way. So I'm gonna go over to. Also, yeah, text boxes stack, as you can see.
Oh my god.
So it's kind of strange at this point. We're gonna get some really weird things happening.
Oh.
Again, Amy's just spawning behind us, and we have the Yeso text box underneath the accordion player's text, and we're gonna talk to someone else.
Perfect. Oh, this guy again.
Yep.
Okay.
Hit yes.
Okay, there's more happening.
So the text box is now on the load screen. It's now stuck here, but it's not over. We're actually loading into the solely on a water target tournament at the moment, the other mission that we talked about before. Gonna quit mission. And now the thing about this is, this text box now has the property that the Lord Regis's text box has. As soon as this text box finishes, we will warp into mission 8. So we've transferred the property of the text finishing from Lord Regis to this text box.
Which one's property? Which one's mission 8? The Lord Regis one?
The Lord Regis one, yes.
Oh, okay.
So I chose the accordion player deliberately because he has a very long set of text boxes. Because we're now going to do the same thing we did to clip into Dusty Desert. At least try to. I only have really one attempt at this, but I can try the whole setup again if this fails.
Yeah, it didn't take that long.
One? Okay. Cool, I got it.
Oh, okay.
So now I'm going to take this into Dusty Desert.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
All of my love and all of my dreams are only for you, viewers at home.
Oh, that was for you all. That's so sweet.
Also, it plays over the
Fine, Sonic. Okay, so this means that Silver is also in love with Sonic. I get it.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, yeah, maybe, but it says accordion player. Silver does not play the accordion, as far as I'm aware.
Well, I'm saying, look, it's only for you, and then it says find Sonic.
Sonic, I guess so. Anyhow.
Anyway.
Finishing the text boxes in here starts the mission. So protect the Castletown. I'm just gonna quit. And what that does...
You're gonna quit the mission again.
Yeah.
Okay.
What that does is we're loading into Dusty Desert with the hub world data.
Oh,
So it's loading the positions and everything from the hub world at this point.
Oh my gosh.
But it's being placed into Dusty Desert. So we have here.
Just you wait, Iblis Trigger.
Oh, wait. Oh, did I do that wrong?
Oh, what happened?
This is not what I expected.
Is it normal?
No.
What happened?
I don't know. It's usually if I quit that, I'm usually supposed to get into, I'm supposed to, that's weird. Let me try that again.
Okay.
Try that one more time. That's not what I expected. That's like, maybe I'm supposed to complete the mission. Maybe that's it.
Does anybody in chat know?
I'm trying to remember. I think I had to complete the mission, yeah.
Okay, I know Gordon Ramsay was in chat earlier.
Yeah, but I don't know if he's here anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try this again.
Talk to some people.
Okay.
This was found by DSS back in 2014 for reference, when Mission Select Glitch was just being found. He messed around with this. Literally, the game fixed itself. What are you doing? I don't want that.
Yeah, we don't. No, stay broken, please.
Okay, so let's try that again. Are there any questions from chat or anything you guys are interested in about 06 since what we've seen?
You see this? Okay.
Maybe I'll talk to some people in the town.
Maybe I'll
and-
talk to some people in the town. Please don't die, Amy. Time I want you to live.
Need you.
She's so slow, by the way, that she jumps to try to speed up.
Okay.
It's not been patched. No, this game has had no patches ever.
It's just like a whole back and forth for it, like to get this to work.
I
So
think
interestingly,
I need to complete the mission. I think that's it.
Okay. When was the last time you did this?
For Fastest Furs 2 years ago.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, okay.
Ah, I didn't say. Okay, if you don't pause first stream, you can't quit. Theoretically, it's possible to do that, Dr. Flash, but there's no other setup that's quite like this. That has this sort of stuff, but it's theoretically possible, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's because the game originally released in 06. That's why it's called Sonic 06. The game originally released in 2006 for the 360, and so the game is dated by its first release date.
Because it can't just be called Sonic the Hedgehog, because...
There's already 2 games that are called that.
Yes.
The Master System game and the other one. And guess what? Twitch doesn't have either. Twitch doesn't have 06 at all as a separate game. It added the 8-bit version after we asked it to separate 06 and Sonic 1. And they're just like, why don't we just add the Master System version?
Gosh.
Okay, so let me try completing the mission this time.
Okay.
I hope I can get that box as perfectly as I did. I'm going to give it one more attempt after this, and then I'll go to the final stuff, because I think that'd be good.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So if this doesn't work, hopefully I'll give it one more shot, because I really want to show this off.
I'm very excited about seeing it. And if not, I'm sure there's a video we could catch of you doing it.
DSS has a video from an old stream from 2014 or so.
Yes,
That can definitely...
yeah.
He's the one who found it, and I mean, he's the one who really showed it off, and I haven't... the methodology isn't really there for it, which is sort of weird, but it's definitely fascinating. Beautiful, Elise.
Beautiful, Elise.
Thank you, beautiful. This is the title of his song. Is One Hit Wonder. This is going to be on the charts, everyone. You better watch out. Beautiful,
yeah,
Elise.
16 years later.
Song of the summer. Oh man, it's been a fun one.
I know, this has been awesome.
I think I might as well, while I'm setting this up, just mention some plugins for myself, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah, you can do it now if you want. We'll probably refresh again right at the end. Go for it.
Just so it's because we're doing this. So if you don't know me, my name is Focus Sight. You can follow me on Twitch at that name or on Twitter at the same name, FOCUSSIGHT.
It's on the overlay as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but it's still helping people because some people like Focus Sight, like a website. No.
Oh,
People
gotcha.
legitimately gotten that. It's not as bad as one of my friends who's been called Mr. TV, which is not anywhere near the name that he actually uses, who is the artist that actually made my PNG tuber. You can follow him at Battery Capacity on Twitter. He's an incredible artist. Actually works for the WWE, funnily enough.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah. There's some really good stuff. You should definitely support Fastest Furs when we start that up again. I am a member of Fastest Furs. And I think it's really a wonderful community. We have a marathon coming up in May, and submissions are open until early April. We're supporting the OAR. OAR is the Organization for Autism Research, and as someone who's autistic myself, I really am glad that we're supporting an autism organization that's actually genuinely beneficial.
Oh, that's really cool. It's very cool.
Yeah, for sure. It just really makes me feel good. So let's do the mission. So I've gotten everything again. Let's do this mission. Yeah, you can follow Fastest Furs on twitch.tv/Fastest Furs, or go to the, I forget if the Twitch is the Twitter is the same. This is the mission we normally skip, by the way, in there, because it's combat, but we have limited combat resources at the moment. We really just have to use what's around us, and slapping, a lot of slapping, which is not very fun.
Yeah. Do you In terms of social stuff, you post on YouTube as well? And
I do post on YouTube, but I don't have my. I mean, I'm on Focus Site on there as well, but YouTube has like weird links unless you're like a custom thing, and I'm just like, huh.
You can go on YouTube and search for Focus Site, right?
Yeah, Focus Site. Yeah, you should be able to see my most popular video is my 180 gold medals run. I can link that in the chat at the end of the run as well, so that people can see what that run is like.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah, Silver's combat ability before the is just really limited, honestly. Like really, really limited. Without the shock bracelet. The shock bracelet makes this so much easier.
Right.
Okay, I'm hoping this will do what I want.
Is there any category where you need the shock bracelet, by the way?
I get it in all gold medals and in 180 gold medals to actually... Yeah, we got it. The text C says head for the desert.
Okay.
So it's now in the hub world in Dusty Desert.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay. Here we go.
So it's gonna load really weirdly. Remember Shadow's beginning? We're in that. But the NPCs are constantly falling because they are there in one way, but not in they're like the positions they're in are the same as in Soliana Castle Town, but they're loaded into the set of Dusty Desert. If I touch this mirror, I will go back to Dusty Desert, well, in Dusty Desert, but see, I can hit start over. I'm in some sort of weird in-between between the hub world and an actual stage.
Oh my god, the raining people. It's
So I can hit restart, and I'm now back here.
It's so awkward.
So there's a timer and everything. That's not even the most of it, honestly. We're gonna get into the other parts here. There's still more. Remember that it's loading in. This is the beginning of Shadow section. We saw that earlier, actually. And we can just hover over to here. And this central area is actually the center of Soliana, so there's silver medals still in their positions, and every piece of object is still like where it is, but all the people are down at the same level that we are. So the chairs and such are still in the air, but the people are just either falling infinitely as the objects are down there, but are on this void. This is where the sand used to be. The sand is an object, not an actual like location. So the sand itself actually is not. Also, the text boxes still work as normal. My son left home years ago. Said he was going to make it big in the city. You know, he left from this giant void that we live in.
From the void.
I wonder what he's doing now. They actually reunite, by the way. I just want to say the middle-aged mother and the son reunite in the story, and it's important. It's not important to the plot, but it's really cute.
Oh, that's so nice. Hopefully not in this room. Hopefully it's somewhere else.
So there's a silver medal there. You can talk. You can actually do another mission in this area. I can just talk to this man and do his mission. He is a ghost. I actually am going to do his mission because I'll be placed back here. This man is a ghost of a pilot who died.
What? So weird, and it says you're going back to Soliana, but you're not.
I am.
Right?
Nope.
You are?
But I won't go back. When I go back, I'll be back in that weird Dusty Desert hub world.
Oh, that's so weird. Okay.
So the airplane tournament, because remember, it saves whatever last area we're in as the place to return to, which is why mission select glitch leads to credits warp. It doesn't know what to return to.
If you then go back to that weird Dusty Desert hub world thing, and then you say quit mission, will it just go back to normal?
I had to say quit. Remember, it's not. I can't hit quit mission because it's considered to be in the middle of like the stage.
Right.
So
no, I mean like it is like quit the stage. If you quit the stage, will it take you back to the regular?
It will take
hub
me
world?
back to the menu screen.
Oh.
Quit
Weird.
is quit.
Okay.
Quit is quit the game as a whole. There's no quit stage. Quit. There's only the quit option and the restart option in the stages, but there's quit mission in missions. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm going to complete this mission. The other weird thing about this, and I won't show this off because I don't have the teleport dash, and it would be harder to do without it, is that you can actually infinitely get score in this stage as well by redoing the partial version that is loaded in before. So like, if I break out here, the same way we did earlier. Also, look at the course that we just went through. It goes nose down at the very end.
Feels like where he dies.
Yeah, that's frightening.
That's really dark.
It really is, right? Just look at
Yeah.
the path and it just goes. But yeah, so you can see it's partially loaded in. And it will, if you do the section that's partially loaded in, there's no springs or anything, so I'd have to hover from here over to there.
Yeah, but it would give you more points.
And if I actually complete all the rings that load into this area, which ends at the area right before that brown building you see there,
Yeah.
the one we have there, it ends there, and then we'll reload this part again. Which means
so
you can get
you just
infinite
keep-
points outside of the time of the mission.
Wow, so you just keep walking back and forth and getting more points.
Yep.
Huh.
But instead, I'm gonna
So
just
weird.
I'm gonna talk to this ghost. He says, "Thank you. Because of you, I feel better now. Thanks so much." That's what the chat should be like. You should say exactly that.
Because of you, I feel better now.
Better now.
Somewhat.
Perfect.
I think chat could definitely agree with that for tonight. 'Cause this has been
Yeah.
super cool.
And we still have one more. We
Yes,
still have
still
one
one
more.
more thing to show off.
But yeah,
So
now we're back
exciting.
in Dusty Desert, apparently. But we're not. We're in the hub world in Dusty Desert. And we can't escape. The only way to rectify this, by the way, in-game, is to touch the Dusty Desert mirror again.
Oh, so you can fix it, and that's how you fix it instead of.
I will do that at the end of this. But yeah, now he's gone. The ghost is gone now. There is a gondola just in the middle of space.
Oh, so lovely. Oh, look at this lovely time. So romantic. All of chat is
The
saying that they feel better now.
the spring still works, by the way.
Chat says that they feel better.
The spring.
and
I'm so glad. I'm so glad, chat. I'm so glad. But also, oh wait, this isn't actually fire, huh? I thought it was. Maybe this is. Yeah, that one is.
Now.
So I can still die, and I can actually game over in this. But the timer's restarted, by the way, because you know I have a time in the hub world.
Yeah, of course.
The shadows here are really funny with the
Yeah,
benches.
dilly dally.
Really weird. This girl is sitting
Underneath
yeah.
it. In it.
in it.
That's awkward.
You know what's really weird though? You know who's normal? You know who's normal? Bob McFloaty. He's
Oh
here.
my gosh,
He's
he's not
normal.
floating anymore.
This is where he was meant to be.
Yeah, yeah, seriously.
That's our theory. That's our theory about Bob McFloaty, everyone.
Why is she
He's-
looking around?
I don't know.
Okay.
But she's probably wondering where the heck are they? To be
Yeah.
honest, this
God.
man is looking at a pillar, and we can talk to him. The son of Soliana signs down. Oh, he goes through the pillars. Okay, cool.
So okay. This
Wow,
is so
I'm a poet.
interesting.
Great.
Bob
I'm glad
McFloaty.
you're a poet. Yeah, Bob McFloaty. He's no longer floating. This is where he was meant to be. Everyone's falling through here, and they just fall infinitely, and then they respawn.
Oh my God, so
Look at him.
weird. So weird. It's like creepy.
I can still stand on the chairs though, and the table, but I'm gonna die and correct this. So the weirdest thing about correcting it is, it's gonna Okay, you don't need to do that to me, game. Gee. Bob McFloaty, yeah. Watch the earlier part of the run if you missed Bob McFloaty by watching the VOD. And if you're watching the YouTube video, hello. Thank
Hello.
you. So if I can touch the mirror again, which I can just do by hovering, it will take me to Dusty Desert. It's gonna
So
repeat the
strange.
cutscene.
Oh, the title baited you. It says 2006 in it.
It says 06, come on.
Creepier than Silent Hill. It is creepy though. It's definitely creepy.
But the thing is, when we respawn into this,
Just you wait.
it's gonna have the same time and lives as we just had. For some reason, that stays.
So weird.
And that is the end of Silver for tonight. So
Oh
we're
my
done with
gosh.
Silver. We have one more thing to show, and I think this should get us. This might be the second longest one we've had, but I think it's been worth it.
Okay.
Like the second longest series of the show, but you guys are still here, so you know it's working.
Oh yeah.
Let me go ahead and load into yet another save. I want
It's
to
like
load
the
into.
perfect environment for this game.
Absolutely. I just want to say thank you so much, Fu, for inviting me on this show. I'm very happy to be here because I really do feel like I'm in my element in a
Yeah,
way.
of course. I know. That's why I thought of you. And yeah, everyone,
Aw.
I have spoken with Focus before he did a run for GDQ. Like I did an interview and it was like
very fun.
super
It was
fun.
very fun.
Yeah, and then
We had
you had
a
an awesome
great
run.
time.
So
Yeah, it was a great time. And it's changed so much since then. It only was 2 years ago, and this
Yes.
run is completely different now from what you
Yes.
saw.
so cool.
Yeah, it's just amazing how much a game can advance, even though it's 16 years old.
Right.
Okay, so this is Lord Regis. He tells us that we can finally go into Dusty Desert, but we're not going to go into Dusty Desert. I found this when I was 13. No one had figured out that there was an entirely unused new city here. This new city is entirely unused, and you're going to hear a lot of honking, I warn you. Because there's going to be a lot of cars, and they do not know where they're going. The AI does not know where they are. So prepare your ears, is what I'm going to say. These cars just go everywhere. They don't know where to go. They drive into each other. they just... Some of them drive into the water. I saw one when I was entering over here just get flown over me, and I'm like, whoa.
What?
So there's all these cars.
What's happening?
This is just Florida, I think, at this point. It's okay. There's a buildup of cars that's going to build up over here, by the way. And it will just get into like a 7, 8, 9 car pileup.
Oh my gosh.
But we're not actually here to talk about the cars. We're going to talk about shop storage.
Okay.
So I'm going to talk to this woman who's actually not the original woman for this mission. The original woman's actually somewhere else. So this is a beta version of that. So it's a beta placement, a different NPC.
Okay.
But it's not a copycat because she starts off with this text.
Right.
I talked to no one before in this hub world, so that every copycat would have given me nothing.
Okay.
So she's not a copycat. She's just a differently placed NPC for a mission that was also here before. Also, this is called the test of intelligence, and there's a typo here. What? What want to prove me wrong? Okay, then do you want to take a quick test?
What want?
What want to prove me wrong?
What want, chat?
Yeah, it's just Shakespearean. Yeah, I guess not. Each agent has their own strengths. Well, thank you for being so, okay. So I'm going to talk over here. I'm going to do MSG off of a copycat. This man here is a copycat. This pigeon here is not a copycat. This pigeon's real. This pigeon is actually an NPC in 06 called Hudson. Hudson the pigeon is an actual pigeon, and normally only in it's normally only in Silver's story. But it was here in Shadows. But we're not going to talk to Hudson. We're going to talk to Hudson later. I'm going to talk to this old man. I'm going to die while having a yes/no text box.
Alrighty.
I'm then going to go to the shop.
All these cars.
You don't hear the honking horns, which is good for your end. The stream
I don't.
will.
You're right. So funny.
I don't think I actually did this right, but let's see.
Okay.
Hatsun, Sun. STSUN. Okay, I think I may have kicked a little too far from the shop, but we can set this up again pretty quick.
Okay.
Hatsun. Oh no, I got it. Okay.
Oh, nice. Okay. You
So what
have the yes.
I want to do MSG again. Because I was too close. I'm actually going to need to do this instead to actually break out of the shop. Because I did it while I couldn't move while talking to the shop there. I want to move while being in the shop.
Okay, gotcha. Hudson.
Like Hatsune, but you cut off the E. And
Right.
people have made that joke before, so don't worry.
All right.
So now I'm going to leave the agent test intelligence, and I'm going to. By the way, the agent test intelligence is a logic puzzle, which involves boxes that have numbers on them. Shadow's a mathematician for some reason. He has 2 missions that are like that.
Great.
Okay, so text storage here. The next time I talk to someone, the text box will come up.
Okay. Oh, okay. You're gonna die again in the menu.
Yeah, talk to her again. And now it's supposedly putting it on the thing here. It's like having all these things. Do you want to buy anything else? I don't want to buy anything. Thank you. Thanks for your business. Is now permanently stuck on the screen.
Okay.
I'm going to repeat this again. Also, notice that before, it instantly went through all of her text at once because it was it was correlating both the shop text, which was one text box input, and her text box as one to rectify her as the shopkeep. So
weird. Okay.
It's very strange, I know. And you can repeat this infinitely to get text boxes to stay, and it can crash the game.
Oh.
You can have text overload, basically. I think the most that Gordon's gotten is 5.
Five overlapping,
text boxes, and then it just slows down, and then for some reason or another crashes.
That's awesome. God.
So I'm gonna have thanks for your business on the screen, which I guess that's for me and us here. So I'm gonna do MSG again, the same way I did before. Talk to this man. Oh, too low.
But it'll still, yeah, you can still go.
Yep. See, the text box is still there.
So goofy. Okay.
Really funny. The shop doesn't work the same way as like copycats do. If you have a copycat, it doesn't. The shop reappears. Weirdly enough, it's specifically a one and done thing. If you quit the shop, you quit the thing.
Gotcha. Okay, so that was working, right?
Okay, I'm gonna do this again, and I'm hopefully gonna stick the actual text box of the of the shop for a while.
Okay.
So I'm gonna quit. Still says thanks for your business. Headed for the desert. Just below everything.
Right.
Now I have text box storage again. I'm gonna go to Hudson once more. He's gonna say "coo," and then I'm gonna get the shop again.
Okay. My God,
And then we're going
so many
to go.
layers.
And then we're going to go to the unused mission that's in this hub world. There's an unused mission entirely in this hub world. I'm too low again. Oh, I think I might have messed myself up then.
Oh.
Oh no, thank God. Okay. Yeah, the hub world here. So let me try that again. I want to talk to Hudson.
Okay. Here we go. Here we go.
So it's still maneuverable, by the way, as you can see. And it tries to constantly, which is why it's flashing. If I go into this next area over here, where the blue car is, I will just enter a mission that some reason is here. It loads as soon as you enter into here.
Oh, in this area?
Yes. This is what we call mission 16. There are 15 missions normally in Shadow. This is a completely unused mission.
Weird. And so
But
you
it
have
was
to have all this
supposed-
loaded up on your screen for to show. For it to work.
No. I'm just doing this as fun.
Okay.
It's just fun that I have to do all of this text stuff together.
Okay.
You can just run into this. I'll just show it at the end. You can just run into this and do this normally
Weird.
by entering into there's just a load zone here for this mission. And this mission where the text, which you won't be able to see because I've messed up the game so much. You won't be able to see the text. The text itself, no, the story of the enemy is there, but the text you're going to see later on, or you can't see later on, really, because that's going to be messed up. Actually shows that this mission was supposed to take place before Shadow's mission 15. It was supposed to guide you to the desert. To go as the place to go, and then you'd likely go here, back to Castletown, and then defend Castletown, which is mission 15, and then get access to the desert, but they cut something out here. And this mission was completely unused. It also doesn't work properly, which isn't a surprise given 06. I'm still using the shop, by the way. The shop is working as I'm going through this. I'll get some more products in soon, so come back later. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. It's so hard to see.
I just bought the 3rd level of Chaos Boost, by the way. And I think it registers as an actual purchase. So if I destroy this enemy, the action gauge down there, hopefully, if I tap 3 times, oh no, I don't. It doesn't register as an actual purchase. Interesting.
Okay. That would be really cool though.
Oh, I don't have enough rings. That's why. I think it would if I did.
Ooh. That'd be interesting. There aren't really rings around here, are there?
Well, I mean, it doesn't register you as having rings in the sense of the shop. The shop has different rings. It's the rings you earn from completing missions in story mode and also levels. I now have double the text box storage, by the way.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So, so weird and unused
On the
mission.
results screen, I can still use the mission. I can still use the shop.
That's awesome. Like, why?
Perfect.
Got an S rank on the unused mission. Good job.
I have enough rings. I think it just doesn't work unless I'm in the town. Well, there you go. I think that's a good way to really end, but I'll show the unused mission in a little bit more detail before I go. Yeah, I can also take this back to the other hub world. Kind of. Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
This is like, we don't know. It's so fascinating that this works this way. It's really weird.
Why?
We don't. It's just how like text storage in this game works, and no one really sees it. Oh, by the way, I just bought something from Lord Regis. Let's go.
That's so funny. So it just, he ended up having the shop.
Yeah, apparently. As soon as you talk to a normal NPC, it corrects itself for that one. Also, this is the last thing I'll show. Actually, instead of the mission normally.
Okay.
There's supposed to be subtitles here. Every single one of them is just replaced with "Thanks for your business" because this takes precedent.
Nephilis appears to have headed for the...
There's
funny.
normally subtitles here. I have subtitles set on.
He's probably looking for the
That's
chaos
awesome.
emerald that's supposed to be
I
there.
don't get to see it because thanks for your business.
There's no doubt in my mind.
That's what they're saying, everyone.
His movement shows
Thanks for your
Repeatedly.
business.
chaos emerald
Feels
he can
so much
find.
better. Head to the desert.
Supposedly, he needs one in order to join with Iblis again.
I will seal him before that.
It's just amazing, honestly.
Oh my gosh.
And that, I think, everyone, is a wrap on Sonic 06. That was genuinely the most fun I've had in some time.
Yay!
I didn't think I'd have the energy to stay up till 2:21 a.m., but it's 2:21 a.m. and I am a college student with a class at 9:20. So also
gosh.
it's still on the screen here, by the way.
Thanks for your business.
It will be here forever until if I quit the game even, I think only then is it rectified. Yep.
Gotcha. All right. We are going to be swapping back over now so we can chat a little. I won't keep you long because obviously you need to get some rest for
Of course.
classes, but tell us one more time where we can find you real quick and what you're up to.
Okay, so you can find me on twitch.tv/focus site or on Twitter at twitter.com/focus site. I'm currently in the process of learning every single Mega Man X game to try to do the X1 through X8 run myself. I currently run Mega Man X7 because, of course, that's the one I run. And I also run Learning X3, and I run the Extreme games on Game Boy Color. I also run Super Monkey Ball and a bunch of other titles that I'm just sort of getting into. Mario Galaxy 2 is something I'm learning at the moment, and should be able to run within the next few weeks, I think.
Nice.
I've been a part of the 06 community for almost a decade now, and it's genuinely been a really good community. It's the most welcoming Sonic speedrunning community that I've ever seen.
Awesome.
Genuinely, a lot of people who are, really kind-hearted and willing to help you learn a lot more than you'd even think. I also just want to say that thank you everyone for the nice comments you had about not only just the run itself, but everything around it. My PNG tuber, which is actually my Sona, so I'm glad everyone finds him cute. And I really don't have much else to say that I haven't said already. Go support the marathon I help work with, which is Fastest Furs, when they have their marathon in 2 months' time. Go support Bat at Battery Capacity on Twitter, and just, try your best to always look at the bright side of any game, because I know a lot of people look at 06 and think, ugh, why? Why are you doing this to yourself? Why are you doing this to yourself? Is something I get so often, and I'm just showing you now here, hopefully, that every single game has a bright side. And in 06, absolutely. As a speed game and as a glitch fest, it is incredible.
Yes, absolutely. Also, if you checked chat, they were all saying, thanks for your business.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you for your business.
Yeah, so it's my business. My business is here. I am the shopkeeper in 06, everyone. Welcome.
Thank you for your business. Yeah, it's like all of chat for a minute. That was awesome. All right, well, you all rock. Thank you again, Focus, so much for being on the show. You were great. Really appreciate having you on. This was so much fun. We got to see a lot. And I know it is not everything that you can see in this game in terms of glitches or unintended stuff going through walls. Not. There's so much. So please check out that video. As we're heading out, we do a stream raid after we show off some slides of some shows and things. But maybe you can toss in that link to your.
Am I going to be banned for it? Isn't that what's going to happen immediately?
Oh, I don't know. Send it to our producer, and maybe they can do it.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that right now. So if you are interested in seeing a 180 gold medals run, I've sent the link to the producer. They should be able to post it in chat.
Right, or at least go to YouTube and
search a Focus Site. You should be able to get that.
Yeah, and just search Focus Site and you'll find it. So please give Focus a follow. He's super awesome. All the Sonic content and the Mega Man and Monkey Ball and Galaxy and all that stuff that you were hearing about.
I have a bunch of M's and then one S. This is my S.
There you go. Here, this is the S, and definitely a beloved game for you. So go in there, ask him questions, say hello, tell him you're here from GDQ Hotfix. I'm sure that he would love to hear that. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. We will be back in 2 weeks with another episode of That's Never Happened Before. Again, if you're watching live and you'd like to see other episodes, it's on the YouTube channel. Or if you're watching from YouTube, you probably know that already, but feel free to check out other episodes of this.
Come to the Twitch channel just for fun.
Yeah, all of your subs and bits here on Twitch as well help support this weekly hotfix content. So thank you all so much for that. It's really amazing of you. Let's see what's happening. What's coming up? We got the Frost Fatale, the Frame Fatale Game of the Month celebration happening on the 26th of this month, the day after Kirby comes out. So excited. And then tomorrow, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, we have our awesome show, Random Number Generation. I believe that's Skybill's show. She's great. It's a show about randomizers and randomized games. So I think Castlevania is going to be on tomorrow, which would be super cool and fun. So please go check that out as well. We have great content that happens all week long. Go follow Focus. And you can always say hi to me too, but it's not about me. So
it's about you. Follow Kung Fu. She's an incredible streamer and absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's brilliant.
No, we're going to move on. All right, thank you all so much for being here. Have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you next time. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.